All right. We are back. Welcome on in, everybody. Hello. Yeah, it's time. It's time for after a long week of almost nothing but speed running, because the speed running went on just a tad longer than I expected. After all that, we are finally back to let's just chill and let's just play a video game, yeah? And the video game that I am in the middle of right now is Dragon Quest VI. So firstly, Jesse with the official first. But also the chat first, a Monday Alligator. How's it going? Welcome on in. And yeah, hello everybody. Great to see y'all. And I'm just getting I'm getting my notes up here. I am a note taker while I play video games. Let me just show you what I'm working with real quick. If we pop on over to the scene, you'll see here it is. I took a screenshot of the in-game map. And, as I've been playing, I mark down letters on the map. And then I got notes. I got a notepad document that's got the different things. It's got the different things. It's got notes on all of those things. So yeah. But yeah, so right, Saturday we got we finally got the hundo record. It was a good one, 1432. Definitely could have broken the 1430 barrier if I had not made a egregious 5-minute mistake in the last dungeon of the game. But that just means that maybe we're gonna have to do another one sometime soon in order to try to in order specifically to try to break the 1430 barrier. We might have to do that soon. But day after, went to my grandma's birthday party. Now we're here. Today was a busy day, dude. First of all, it was my first day back at work after taking a week off. So, there's a bit of that, having to catch up on work. But then also, I had the second part of my root canal today. So part 1 was done a few weeks ago, where they pull the nerve out and then they plug the hole, and then they put like medicine in and they plug the hole. And then today I got part 2 where they actually fill the tooth, fill the hole where the nerve was, I think is what they do. And then they put a temporary cap on. And then in January now, I think because now I have maxed out my, what do you call it? My benefits, my dental benefits this year. So in January, I got to go back, right? And then they're going to take the temporary crown off, grind the tooth down to the stump, right? And then put the permanent cap on. So that's in January. But I had the second part today, right? And then also signed the closing documents to refinance the house today. So we officially got our 1.5% interest rate drop on the mortgage. So we're very happy about that. But oh boy, it was a lot of signatures to do today. So got all of that done, had dinner, and so now that's why I am like an hour late though, I'm like an hour late today to stream because we had to take care of all that. But all right. All that said, let's get into it here. We've got Thar She Blows. We've got Dragon Quest VI for Super Famicom. Once again, I guess there's a lot of folks here that that probably haven't seen it before. So the deal is, so that is the Japanese Super Famicom version, right? But I don't read Japanese, so I got one of these where I can dump the ROM onto my PC, and then from romhacking.net I was able to download a fan translation patch to the ROM. Then you can take one of these and write the translated ROM to a, little NAND memory chip, and then you can solder the NAND memory chip onto onto these modules that Voltar designed, which you then solder onto the back of the ROM chips in the cartridge, and just like that, you will have yourself a patched ROM on the real cartridge. So that's what we got here. We've got the real, we've got the Super Famicom game in the Super Famicom system. Let's fire it up. Let's fire it up and play it. Oh, yeah. Whoa, Shadow Kirby. Thanks for subscribing. Where's Mia? I'll give you one guess where Mia is. You get one guess. Did you guess in the crevice? Because you better believe she's in the crevice. Aww. And she's much happier today because, she's, today was a normal day for her, right? She got to sleep on the cat tower next to me while I worked, for a little bit of the work day. I picked her up and brought her over to lay down with her and, for a little while. And now, after a long day of napping and cuddling while I worked, now she's ready to lay down and relax. But all right. Let's get back into the Dragon Quest VI. Let's go. All right. So, continue. Okay, I gotta tell you guys something though. I have not played this game for 2 months. It is the 2-month, actually, today. Today I went back to check what, because I knew I hadn't played the game for a while. Oh yeah, and right, how did the speed run on Saturday end up? Got world record. I did lose a bunch of time in Northern Crater and missed the sub 1430. But we did still smash the world record by 23 minutes, and so it was it ended up being a great run. And so today I'm ready to relax, but I probably will try to break that 1430 barrier at some point. And yeah, what would also be really interesting that I kind of want to do is I want to load that file before going into Northern Crater, and then repeat what I did, kill Christopher, and then see if I can do the rest of it faster. You know what I mean? See whether it was actually the right call to Alt F4 and reload my save file and start the dungeon over, Was that actually the right call? I think it was right now, but it would be interesting to go back, recreate it, and then try to actually just farm another Christopher encounter and see how long it would take, But yeah, anyway. McGurkin, thank you for the 17 months, thank you. Will it change RNG? Yeah. like the rest of the dungeon would play out completely differently. I don't want to do it now. I want to relax today. We've done so much speed running. We've been neglecting Dragon Quest VI for the last 2 months. I got to get back into Dragon Quest VI because here's the deal. Last time I played this game was 2 months ago, and the day that I played this, I went back and I kind of rewatched, like I skipped through a little bit of my last stream of this game, and I was like yawning my head off, and I only streamed it for like 2 hours that day, and then said, oh guys, I'm sorry, I gotta go to bed early, I don't know why I'm so tired. And then I realized later that day, here's what the deal was. For those of you especially watching the YouTube archive of this, and so it's only been a moment since you saw that, I realized later that night, or maybe the next day, oh right, I got my flu shot that day. That's why I was so fucking tired. I got my flu shot that day. And so, yeah, so then that's why I was so tired. But all right, so back to Dragon Quest VI. You know, the big standout thing about this game immediately that I think is really noticeable, especially if you guys play a lot of JRPGs, is look how damn fast your dude moves. This is just the default walking speed in this game. This is just how fast your guys walk in this game. It's so fast compared to other games. And so, you know, being that we're on Dragon Quest VI, I can only imagine that trend is going to continue in this series. But okay, so it's not quite as fast on the world map, but that's because, you know, the world map is like an abstraction of a longer journey. You know what I mean? So I think it makes sense to slow you down here. But all right. I need to remember a little bit of what we're doing. After I was skipping through, you know, when I was skipping through my last day of this game, it seems to be that we are looking for his son. My son, are you finally going to be baptized?
Yes, Father. Just a little longer.
I'm sure you have nothing to worry about. Dash will protect you. Oh, right. Okay, wait a second. So I missed this. So he's with us now, and we gotta baptize him? Man, I don't remember what we were doing. Okay. Well, where the hell are we gonna baptize him? Let me see if I got any other notes here. Okay, here's a note that I have. Monsters live in the baptismal cave. All right. And again, since we got a lot of people that are new here, you know, I should reiterate the general vibe and idea of the casual playthroughs of this stream. It's very different from a speedrun. During speedrun days, right, I am all about, we talk about mechanics, we talk about optimization, we know every little thing about the game, right? But when I'm just playing, when it's just chill first playthrough time, that's when it's time to just soak the game in. You know what I mean? Which means no help. Don't tell me about mechanics. Don't answer questions about things that I'm asking out loud and stuff. I do a lot of narrating my train of thought, right? I talk out loud a lot about my train of thought and the questions that I have, but I'm not looking for them to be answered because we're having the retro experience right now, you know what I mean? And not knowing things is an intentional part of the first playthrough. All right, so now that all that's out of the way, I feel like I remember this guy talking about the baptismal cave. The monsters have left the baptismal cave? Okay, so I do remember that this was the guy that talked about the baptismal cave having monsters in it. Interesting that since the prince is here now, he assumes that means that the monsters are gone. Why not play the remaster? Just not my style. Oh, and this must be the baptismal cave right here. So okay, I guess there we go. I guess there we are. Story recap until now is a really good question because that would be good for me as well. I'll show you my party also. I don't know how. Is it by going to all? There you go. Dash is okay, no, I guess we do have to. Dash is a soldier. Hassan is a fighter. We have Muriel is a priest. Chamberlain is a merchant. Barbara, I threw her on as a dancer. This guy is a beast master. That's kind of what we got going. So, yeah, no. There's a really, really important thing to talk about as far as this game's story so far. So far, what the story was is that there are 2 worlds. Remember that game, 2 Worlds? It's kind of like that, but if it was good. And at first, you know, it was like we started out in this world, the upper world, right? But there are these holes in the upper world that we could fall down into, and when we fell down into the lower world, it kind of seemed like it was either the past or the future. I don't exactly remember which one seemed like which, but it seemed like it was either the past or the future. But it didn't quite line up correctly, you know? But things that we did in one world were affecting the other world. And what it eventually turned out to be, all right, so like spoilers for, you know, something that we figured out like 10 hours in or something, is that one of them was the dream world. So the upper world with the holes in it is actually the dream world that is influenced by the dreams of the people in the real world. And that's actually where we are from. So we fell into the real world, and then we had to go through some kind of ritual to become corporeal. And now we're adventuring around in the real world. And there's probably like a demon king to fight or something, but I don't exactly remember. But yeah, so that's what's going on. And then right now, we've got this little guy with us that we're supposed to like get baptized or something. And so as far as I'm concerned, I am going to begin today by basically acting as if I've never seen this dungeon before. Got your retro tink set up today. Got guard skip to work. Feels insane doing sequence breaks on original hardware. Yeah. And you got the 5X, right? Because, oh man, this thing is so great. I got, I got profiles for all the different systems. So like today we're on the NES, SNES profile, which I've got cropped down to like exactly what my CRT sees, right? So like if I'm on my CRT, these are the bounds that the overscan hits, you know what I mean? Yeah. All right. But yeah, basically we're just acting like I've never been to this dungeon before because the last time I was here was 2 months ago, so we'll see how it goes. Looks like there's actually multiple entrances to the cave here. Okay, because this goes out here now. Gotcha. Today we are on, I went through it a little bit earlier, but we are on a real Super Famicom, which is plugged into a power converter because, you know, in Japan they use 100-volt power supplies, while we have 120-volt outlets in the US. So it's going through some kind of power converter to deliver 100 volts to the Super Famicom. So yeah. So real quick, it is Super Famicom, original box, original cartridge, but it has been modified using Voltar's Super Stacker in order to get the fan translated version of the ROM onto the real cartridge. So there you go. Okay, what's this guy's deal again? Don't you want to be a king, Hose?
Of course, but I can't do that very well if I'm dead.
Oh, Prince, you'll live to be an old man. Okay, so maybe this isn't the baptismal cave, because we just went everywhere. So I guess we'll pop down here. See if we can drop off of this. Doesn't look like it has it, though. Remember how Golden Sun had, like, the slides, you know? They're on 110 volt now. Oh, okay. Interesting. And 60, 50 as regional. Really? So, like... Oh. So, I know that, there is, like, NTSC-U and NTSC-J. Does that mean that there's also a PAL-J, essentially, or... Oh, no, okay. I mean, that would have been the first I ever heard of that. Okay, so there's some kind of baptismal cave somewhere that I don't remember where it is. You know what? Maybe I wrote it down. Okay, here's the map. Okay, we're about there. So if I pop up my screenshot map and say letter M is where we're at right now, that is indeed Holstock Castle. I don't see where I've marked down where the baptismal cave is. So either I gotta go back to my own YouTube archive to see where the dungeon is that I came from, or we just walk around for a minute until we find it, you know. Probably just look around for a minute. Yo, Doomies. And then, what are our tactics? Follow orders right now? How about we just say, no magic? And then, I don't really remember what these do. No magic is a nice, easy way to just preserve MP while we let everybody auto-attack. But... gotta pay a little bit of attention to the, to what all the different enemy types do. One thing that I just love about, like, this kind of game is having to, build a bestiary in your head of what the different enemy types do and what the best way to deal with them is, you know? And then you also get, like, a, sort of a flow chart in your head about, you know, with, like, all of the different formations, what your priorities are, you know? Like, if it's this type of enemy and that type of enemy, then should we, you know, which enemy type do we prioritize? Do we need to stop spell one of them? You know, that kind of stuff. And that's what I also really loved about old school, Final Fantasy as well. It's why, like, I whoa! Okay, right. So these guys... maybe good to stop spell them as well. But anyway, what was I saying? The old school Final Fantasies, you know, it was just so fun to, like, figure out exactly that. Every different formation of enemies, you kind of had a different plan of attack for. And that's a big part also of what I talk about with the gameplay loop of you go into a dungeon only as far as you are comfortable being that you'll be able to get back out, you know? Once your resources are low enough to where you're worried that you might not be able to get back out, you know, or before you get to that point, you have to pull out, right? And then you hit up the inn to get everybody's MP back, you save the game and lock in your progress, and then you get to go back into the dungeon. And when you go back in, you know, it's not like you're only... It's not like you don't make progress. You do. because when you go back in, you don't have to check every door anymore and go to every chest anymore. You've already explored everything to where now you can just beeline right to where you left off. So that gets you to progress further each time, but also, of course, your characters might be a higher level because of the first time, and then also, the fact that you have a better idea of what you're going to do against each enemy type. You know, that also allows you to get further in each time. Because, yeah, now you can more efficiently deal with every different type of enemy formation, right? So all of these things, like, build up your efficiency and allow you to push further into the dungeon each time that you go in. And I just love that gameplay loop, you know? I adore it. And so that's why I'm such a big fan of old RPGs, more so than I am of, like... well, it's why I'm generally more of a fan of Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 than I am of 4, 5, and 6, right? Because 4, 5, and 6 lose a lot of that... they lose a lot of that flow with the introduction of save points and the ability to use tents in the middle of a dungeon, you know? I think that really kills a huge part of what makes these games, you know, the classics, so good. That said, I do still think 5 is one of the best Final Fantasies, though, just because of the job system, right? The job system of 5 is so good that it makes up for that part. But 3 also has the job system, and that's why I like 3 the most overall. But that's why I like... I like Final Fantasy 1 and 2 more than I like Final Fantasy 4 and 6. Is because of that gameplay loop. Assume I really like 10-2. 10-2 was all about just like going around playing mini games and oh, indeed, you are of the Holstack bloodline. Oh, okay, hang on. I don't know if I've actually done this yet. I don't know if we've gotten in this far yet. You repair Super Nintendo, Super Famicoms, and others. You really don't need the converter. The US voltage won't hurt anything. The output is regulated inside, down to 5 volts by the board regulator anyway. Oh, okay, that's really nice to know. I mean, I have the power converter, so I might as well use it, though, right? Like, I imagine it's better to use it than it is not to. But it is nice to know that it's not necessarily required. And I've kind of always wondered that, you know. I wasn't really sure if it was required. I think... I remember this fight. This is a follow orders. This is a take out the mirror while we have you stop spell these guys. But okay. But if they use their staves though, that, I mean, that's not even a spell. Alright, and then we'll just do this. But there's Firebane. That's what I'm scared of. Oh my god, they're gonna kill the party basically. I knew I was worried about this enemy type. Okay, alright. So then we'll go... does this one have a similar game loop like 1 through 3? Oh, yeah. I actually kind of meant to get into that, which is something that, yeah, I really like about Dragon Quest versus Final Fantasy, is that when Dragon Quest went to Super Nintendo, with 5 and 6, they kept the old school gameplay loop instead of introducing, you know, mid-dungeon save points and tents and stuff. Nah, you still gotta be smarter. Yeah, 5 was really good. I think my favorite so far was 4. But yeah, I really enjoyed really enjoyed 5, really enjoyed 6. I've tried Secret of Mana. I never really got into Secret of Mana. I grew up on Legend of Mana though. Legend of Mana on PlayStation. I was real big on. Okay, Barbara can outside us, right? Yeah. So we're still safe to keep going. All right, so I think on this we're gonna go. I think we double stop spell here just to make sure it goes through and to make sure it happens as early as possible. But yeah, Legend of Mana, I even started today's stream with some Legend of Mana soundtrack, because it's one of my favorite soundtracks, you know. Oh yeah. Missing Interval. Thank you for the super chat. Caught the last few hours of FF7 on the VOD because you had to sleep, but congrats on the world record and the comeback. Thank you very much. Yeah, man, I am very psyched about how the subathon ended, you know. I do still have a desire to improve that time. But I mean, I am like, if I don't get around to improving the time, I at least am quite satisfied with it at this time. Okay, just making sure I'm not missing any good chat here. Finally, someone out there that understands all the games. I mean, it's just, yeah. I played all the old Final Fantasies, and that's the conclusion I came to. Super Nintendo and SFC are exactly the same internally. Yeah, like, I mean, by the fact that, I imagine they are, by the fact that they play each other's games, you know? Which is crazy. Time to start speedrunning Mario RPG. I'm getting there. Mario RPG, I would like to speedrun. I'm going for the restore command just for ease, since Barbara can transport us if it doesn't work. I feel like I have done this so far. Yeah. I've done this. I think we died, though. But okay, we're on follow orders right now, so we'll go, like... I don't really remember all of my moves here. Mario RPG, from what I've seen, it does have some cool skips. But a huge part of the run is getting really good at the timed hits, you know? Being able to perfect dodge all of the attacks, at least when necessary, and, you know, getting your super jumps and that kind of stuff. And one nice thing about Mario RPG is that they have a combined turbo and non-turbo board, so we don't have to worry about turbo versus non-turbo. You can just play turbo. But I'll probably do original. If I start speedrunning Mario RPG, it'll be the original version, I think. It might be both, right? If I get really into it, then I think we'd do both. But I'm an original kind of guy, right? Somebody asked earlier, why not play the remaster of this game? It's just not my style. I am an original game kind of guy, right? I like to put when I play a game like this, I like to try to put myself in the mental, like in the mindset of this being a new game. You know what I mean? Like what year did this come out? Do they write the copyrights on the boxes in Japan? 1995. You know, I like to put myself into the headspace of it is 1995 right now. This game just came out. And yeah, that's not even to speak of just how like offensively ugly I think that HD2D is. You know. All right, this guy, I think we do an increase. Yeah, I like doing an increase. Damn! Okay, so heal is not going to be very good against that even. Oops. So you keep doing that. You will say heal more self. Every time I say heal more self, I think about see more butts. And then I think we just keep going here. All right, all right. I should probably sap him. I'm gonna. Let's go sap. You keep doing that. You do another increase. And you just hit him. Oh! He has reflect on and I sapped myself. I've got the text on kind of fast because it just speeds the game up so much. But it does make, like, it means that, like, when you're trying to get effects on dudes, you need to be really locked in and read really fast. Most of the time, I'm just kind of getting the gist of what happens. Now, I don't like having it slow because then every single regular ass random battle takes twice as long, you know? And you can't speed it up mid-game. I don't think that there's an option to speed it up in the game. You can only change it from the main menu. Alright, I think we're just wailing on him right now. He does a lot of damage, though, so you know what? I should look a little bit more at the spells that I have available. Like, I've got Increase, which is really nice. But it might also be good to... I mean, I don't think that I can do Surround, because he seems to have a reflectability on. So I guess we just keep increasing to try to just keep tanking him, you know? He's still hitting for 76, though. That's crazy. All right. Well, we took him out just after losing a party member. So I think we have to try again. Because... Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Because this guy... He's the only guy that has, Vivify, and he's out of MP. so we just go outside. Whoops. Mia's trying to play with my the wrist straps for the Switch Pro controller. Or sorry, for the Switch 2 Joy-Cons. Speaking of Switch 2, I've been playing more Metroid Prime 4. Just a little bit. I really like the area that I'm in right now. You know, the jury is still kind of out on what I think of it overall, but my last session was very enjoyable. I'll say that. Okay, so what we got to do is we have to rest at the inn so that what's his face? I gotta remember what this guy's actual name is. The boy of Chamorro. Mia's going to mess with my cables right away again. I don't know why she's been so bad lately. But at least we're not like speed running today, so I can just ignore her, and if I just ignore her, then she'll probably quit doing it, you know. But all right, anyway, so we gotta rest in order to get his MP back, because now he can vivify her, and then we can rest again so that she gets a good night's sleep. And yeah, the modern gaming landscape, what would it be like if Japan never produced any games? I mean, you know, as far as, oh, right. I forgot. Okay, I'm remembering this now. The kid left our party because we teleported out. Right? Like when we teleport out, he gets like spooked and he leaves the party. And we got to go collect him again, but in order to do that I have to remember where he hangs out. I think we had to find him in a barrel here. Oh, dude, I have to tell you guys something, by the way. I don't know if I don't think I mentioned this yet, but I meant to. That, like, if I might be talking a little weird. When I was getting the root canal today, at one point during the dentist visit, the dentist said, "Oofta," as he was doing some drilling stuff, and then ever since, the tip of my tongue has been hurting like hell. I looked at it in the mirror, and it's like there's definitely a red spot on my tongue, but it doesn't look that bad. It doesn't really look that bad, but it hurts like hell. When I talk, the tip of my tongue on the left side of it really hurts. And when I was eating, oh man, while I was eating, it was like anytime food touched it, it was just like bam, just like pain explosion. So yeah, my tongue's bothering me a bunch today. You know what it reminds me of? He said oofta. Yeah, we're in Minnesota, oofta is very common. That's what people say here. Instead of just oof, you know. I think it's some kind of Norwegian heritage thing. You feel like I'm pulling your leg. About what? About the oofta or about the dentist stabbing my tongue? Or whatever that was all about. Or what part of it? The oofta. Oh no, yeah, that's what people say here. Like, yeah, when something bad happens in Minnesota, people say oofta. But you know what it reminds me of, kind of, hearing the doctor say that, and then there being a problem. It reminds me of my surgery, my carpal tunnel surgery. The first surgery I had, right, on the right hand, the surgeon, he did the surgery real quick, no problem, awesome, great. He stitched it up, and all right. But then the left hand, though, the surgeon did the surgery, and then where did this kid go? I gotta find this kid again. The left hand, the doctor did the surgery. You know, this is weeks later. But then I guess he had like another appointment to get to right away, so he left. And the like assistant guy, he left the like assistant guy to do the stitches. And as the assistant guy was doing the stitches, he was asking the nurse like this, and I was like, uh-oh. And then like after he was done with it, he asked like, is that right? And I was like, are you kidding me? But the nurse was like, yup, that's fine. And it's like, okay. But I could tell that they were too tight, dude. I could tell. Yeah, I was awake during the surgery. They did a local anesthesia where they put 6 injections into my wrist with a needle, and I almost passed out both times. Both times that for both wrists. It was like they put these injections in. It was like one injection I could feel go up my arm. The other injection I could feel go down my hand. There were 6 needle injections, and I almost fainted because of it. It was so bad. And then, but then after that, they tourniqueted my arm, and like they like shoved all the blood up like this, you know, and tourniqueted. And then, yeah, they just did the surgery while I was awake, and I couldn't feel a thing. I could hear it. I could hear a lot of noises that were kind of unsettling, you know? Like stretching and like zzz, 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 zzz sounds, you know? And tink, 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 tink. I could hear, like a cartoon, dude. Like a cartoon. I could hear all of these sounds happening, but I couldn't feel any of it. And good God, I was not gonna look. You know, I was not gonna look. But anyway, so that was what. But okay. Here's what I'm getting at, though, is that the assistant guy that did the stitches for the second one, who was asking, you know, like this, I was worried, and I could tell that he put the stitches on too tight, just by how they felt, you know. And then throughout the recovery process, the cut just did not look like it was healing, you know? Like this one did. The right hand looked like it was healing, and when the stitches were ready to come out, I was so ready for them to come out, you know? But this hand, it didn't look like it was healing. So now I'm going to show you guys the scars, and you can see for yourself totally that my worry was not unfounded. So, here is my right hand. You can barely tell anything happened, right? The dot scar that you can see like right there, that was actually my fault. The very day that the stitches came out, my doctor told me don't slam my hand on anything. Be really careful not to hit it because it'll break it open, you know? And I was like, okay. And then I went to get cat litter, and while I was trying to carry the 40-pound cat litter, my recent surgery wrist had some trouble, and I like had to catch it, and I slammed my hand onto the tub of cat litter and broke a little spot open on the top, and so that's why there's like a little bit of scar tissue at the top of the cut. But other than that, you can barely tell anything happened on this hand, all right? But, okay, so what about the hand where the assistant guy put the stitches in? You want to see what that one looks like? It looks like this, dude. Oh my god, look at that scar. So anyway, yeah. So it's just funny that it was like right when the dude put the stitches in and didn't sound confident and they felt too tight, I was like, this can't be right. And then here it is. There's the scar from it. So, anyway. That's a thing. Now, what was I talking about? I mean, no, that was about it. I've got another problem going on though. I've got another wrist problem. I'll try to find this kid while I talk about it briefly. So I have a ganglion cyst in my left wrist, which has always prevented me, from the most part, from being able to pull this wrist back. You know, like I, for the longest time, for years and years, I cannot do push-ups, for example, with palms flat. The only way I can do push-ups is if I'm grabbing, like, bars, you know, and I can do push-ups on bars. I cannot put my hands flat and push, because of the back of this wrist just fires up in instant, sharp pain, you know? However, I have for the most part at least been able to do my stretch, where it's like these fingers bend back. I've been able to bend these fingers back for the most part in order to do the stretch. But anyway, can they remove that? Yeah. I went to a different orthopedist. Orthopedist? Is that who you go to for this kind of thing, I think? Like 8 years ago, I went to an orthopedist and asked him about it. Like what do we do about this? And they said, you got a few options. He said, long story short, he said they shouldn't do anything and it'll go away. He said, just don't do anything and it'll go away. Because removing it surgically is risky. Draining it with a needle, it probably just won't matter. And breaking it apart probably just won't matter. And it'll just go away. However, here we are years and years later, and it hasn't gone away yet. And for some reason, in the last 2 days, it's all of a sudden gotten really, really bad. That's the thing. That's the thing, is that it did stop bothering me for a long time. He told me not to do anything about it and it'll go away. And then 4 years later, it was at least good enough to where I was able to do I'm able to do my stretches, you know. That's the important part, is that if I can do my stretches, then my wrists won't be in pain. This part of my wrists won't be in pain anymore, you know? But now, for the last couple days, it's preventing me from doing my stretches in my left hand. So now I feel like I gotta go back and talk to him about it again. Anyway. So it's a good thing we got the house refinanced, you know. And that I'm on much better health insurance now, because That's the other thing, is that, like, when I was seeing the doctors for my other wrist problem, it was when my health insurance was not good at all. But you know, maybe now they'll have more to do. I can't remember where this kid is, dude. I can't remember what the deal with this is. Oh, hi. Oh, thank you. Mrs. Dash made Fruity Pebbles Rice Krispie treats? Like a Rice Krispie treat, except it's Fruity Pebbles? Okay. Thank you. So, couple things. First of all, there was a show cat. Where is she? Oh, she's up there. I guess she's up there. But, boom, look at those things, dude. Hell yeah. Yo, Tunes. Thank you for resubscribing. Thank you. But yeah, I mean that is exactly the doctor thing. They're like Rice Krispie treats, but Fruity Pebbles. That is exactly like the doctor thing, which is that they don't want to they don't want to do anything invasive if they don't have to. And so visit number 1 about any doctor problem, I think, is pretty likely going to be, you know, just see if it goes away, you know. And then now, if I go back, the thing is, if I go back and I say I've had this thing for 8 years, and it has recently become more problematic, I think they'll take it more seriously, you know. Then it'll be like, okay, what are we actually gonna do? And then yeah, as Matt was saying, so Matt in chat said, you've seen on TikTok them hitting it with a book. Yeah, that's the thing that you always hear, is they say to hit it with a Bible. Hit it with a Bible. I have to watch my own video, dude. Hang on a second. I gotta watch my own video to find out where this kid is. This is what happens when you don't play a game for 2 months. Well, actually, let's just go back to the cave. Maybe he's just still in the cave. I know, dude, my hand, it does kind of seem like my hands are cursed. We gotta take out the Wind Mage first. I don't know if you guys just saw that wobble effect that happened, but it did happen to happen right when Mia went back with the cables. There she is, back there causing trouble. Oh, yep. It's doing it again. Oh, yeah, we're getting all kinds of video glitches now because she's fucking with stuff. You gotta stop doing that. Mia, you're not gonna be allowed to be down here anymore if you keep doing this shit. Yeah, right. Twitch chat. I guess general YouTube chat also loves cats way too much for that to be a real threat, but, you know. I want her to think it's a threat. You had a ganglion cyst for 10 years and it went away 2 weeks after cutting out dairy. That's crazy. I don't think I have that much dairy. Yeah, she is deaf. Mia. 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 See, she's deaf. She has no idea. Yum, 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 yum. Tell me, show me a cat that wouldn't have reacted to that. You know what I mean? She doesn't hear a damn thing. Yeah, you use that crumpled up water bottle as a pillow and take a nice nap. Your cat wouldn't have reacted to it. They would have turned their ears towards you and pretended to not notice. You know what I mean? That's what she used to do, right? You call a cat's name and they turn their ears back towards you, but pretend that they're not hearing you, like you can't tell. Did the run get verified? It passed the verification check of that I did, right? Of like, we definitely had all of the items and materia and limit breaks. However, one of the other moderators has not yet gone through and fully done it to get it onto the leader. So it's not officially on the leaderboard yet. But I only submitted it last night because I had to edit the YouTube version first, you know? Because YouTube won't take the 15-hour video, right? So I have to open it in my editor, make a cut, right? And then render part 1, render part 2, and make sure that there's enough overlap of the two to, like, you know, show that it's the same run. And then upload part 1, upload part 2, right? Wait for the processing to happen, you know, and then, right, then I can submit the run, because at the time of submission, you need to provide the link to the video, right? So, yeah. Anyway. Let's do one of these. Dislocated your pinky when you were in middle school? Pinky toe? Your parents didn't take you to the doctor for like 3 months. It started healing and they said it'd be risky to do surgery. Oh, yeah. So like basically it healed back into the wrong place, right? So like they'd have to like re-break it to fix it or something like that. Because I feel like I've heard of that being a thing. No, I don't think this kid's back in here. All right. We're gonna rewatch my own archive because I haven't played this game for 2 months, and so I need to get back on track here. All right, so here's the archive. Here's the most recent video. So let's go boom. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Oh, what the hell? Okay, what was that? That was this. Wait, oh, there it goes. Oh my god, that scared the fuck out of me. Have you guys played Tormented Souls 2? Oh my god, what? Hit me with it. That scared the fuck out of me. Oh man, that game was good, dude. Okay, where we gotta go. window capture. This. Okay. So here's last time. Set up to go. We got All right, so here I am in this dungeon. And now, and the kid's with us. Okay, so I got to go back in time. Until we find where I picked the kid up from. Actually, idea later. It's much more annoying to go.
What I was hyping myself
to go backwards in YouTube though, because you know it preloads. It preloads going forward.
Okay. He just went over there,
but not backward.
All right. I'm out of. I'm actually kind of struggling to stay awake.
Yeah. This was day after flu shot, so the day of my flu shot. Okay, I've got the kid here.
Yeah.
Oh, here he is. Okay, where the hell is he? Oh, he's in the little town on the left side. Okay. It's all so obvious now. I remember that now, dude. All right. That's what's great about recording all of your gameplay, though, you know? Is that, you can go back and reference yourself, you know? I feel like we stop spell mud dolls, don't we? Isn't that a thing to do? No, it's the guys that go bleh. You stop spell those guys. So never mind here. Let's just go no magic. And I think you do attack. Oh, they do MP damage to you. That's the thing about mud dolls. All right. So, take us back over here real quick. Sorry. Take a nap, Holler. I missed your comment earlier, but recently just translated a bunch of these on original cartridges. Can't wait to play them. Hell yeah. Did you also do like the Voltar deal? I had to use the super stackers for this game because this game is this game's 4 megabytes on 2 ROMs. So I had to use the super stackers. Even though I didn't have to stack them, right? I had to use the stackers because those are 2 megabyte compatible. It was actually a huge ordeal because the Flashcat that I have, the Flashcat wasn't working. It could not, like, anytime that it got past 1 megabyte, it would just start failing all over the place for the rest of the write. And I had a back and forth email chain with the manufacturer for like 2 months until he's not here this time he's not here. Okay, hang on. There's a little bit more going on this time, apparently. Prince Hole said he would play with me. The thing is, I have mostly really enjoyed the Flashcat. It was just that when I had this problem, like I'm of two minds about it. On one hand, it took like 2 months of back and forth emails to eventually just get sent a replacement that works, right? Which is kind of frustrating that it took so long and that, like, it's just a replacement, right? However, I mean, the guy worked with me for 2 months, right? Like, he's responded to my emails and you know, went through a bunch of troubleshooting steps. So, like, I can't be that annoyed. And I'm glad I eventually just got it working. Okay, so I guess I think we have to talk to everybody in this town to figure out where the prince went. My face changes each time I look at my reflection in the water. Oh, yeah, here... This song, every time I hear it, I think of the Legend of Zelda. Particularly, I feel like Wind Waker is the first one that did this melody. Do da 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 dun 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 dun. You know, I hear it every time. That's how my brain continues the melody. But it's not quite. It's so depressing. The best soldiers can no longer reach the heart of the baptismal cave. You know what I think? I probably have to do is, we might just have to go the other way in the cave, you know? Oh yeah, Song of Storms is a, all-time banger, for sure. Song of Storms was one of the songs where, like, when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, I would turn on the Super Nintendo, or, N64, I'd load up Ocarina of Time, and I'd run to Kakariko Village, go to the windmill, and just leave it on, right? Just to have that song playing. Just leave that song playing out of the TV while I did whatever else I wanted to do in the room, you know? Okay, Prince has not come here, she says. He's not in the town. I did the same thing with the green brush area of Brinstar and Super Metroid, you know? You would load up Super Metroid and go to like the jungle area and just leave it there. You know that one? Your brother would play through FF7 just to get to the wall where you leave Midgar to fall asleep to that song when you were kids, even though he owned the OST. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If you own the OST, it only plays it for like 3 minutes. You know? If you're there in-game, it'll loop. That's kind of the thing about, like, listening to a soundtrack on an album, on, like, a CD, versus it being in the game, you know? Because I usually prefer the way that a soundtrack flows in-game, you know, rather than listening to a soundtrack. Because it's like when you listen to a soundtrack, you know, it's like you get 3-minute intro, 3-minute of the first town song, 3-minute battle theme, 3-minute, of the world map theme, right? Just one after another. But, like, when you're playing the game, it's a little bit different, right? You get, like, some of one song, and then battle theme for a little bit. Maybe some sound effects in there, right? And then it resumes the dungeon theme, right? And, like, that flow, you know, is important. Or, similarly, it's like listening to the Hollow Knight soundtrack, and it doesn't have any ambience, you know? Like, when you're listening to the Hollow Knight soundtrack, you know, the Forgotten Crossroads music doesn't sound right, if it doesn't have little drip drop sound effects, happening, or like, little bug skittering sounds and, sounds like that and stuff, going on. You gotta have the ambience alongside the music, or it's just not right. You're really into martial arts as a kid and would watch the Mortal Kombat movie because you loved the soundtrack so much? Dude, the first Mortal Kombat movie had some great fight scenes, too. Remember the fight scene between, I think, Johnny Cage and Scorpion? Where they're like swinging around on the poles and stuff? That's an awesome fight scene. The first Mortal Kombat movie was pretty great. Like, as just, it's not the best movie ever, but like, it has a story, it's got strong characters, it's got a plot that you follow, it's got good fight scenes, it's got some great practical effects, and then it's also got some embarrassingly bad CGI. Some really bad, cringy, embarrassing CGI. But then the second movie, oh my god, the second movie is so bad. The second movie is just one shitty fight scene after another from beginning to end. There's no like followable plot. There's a good reason you don't remember the second one. It's because all it is just one character from the video game gets introduced and they have a fight scene, and then another character gets introduced and they have a fight scene, and then another character and they have a fight scene, and they just throw out game jargon. That was my animality, And it's just, it's horse shit the whole time. It's awful. The first movie, though, pretty great. Second movie, I fell asleep in it. I actually fell asleep in the second movie. It was so boring. And you know how bad it is when I say it was so boring I fell asleep, and I also say that all the movie was fighting. It was all action scenes, It's like, oh boy. It's a recipe for disaster, Anyway. Let's take a moment to explore this place again a little bit more. The TV series Mortal Kombat Conquest? Tell me it's not Conquest with a C, though. Surely it's Mortal Kombat Conquest with a K. But no, I've never heard of that. Alright, we gotta do a heal more Barb. And Barb does not have a lot of HP, eh? Mortal Kombat Saturday morning cartoon. I feel like I don't remember there being a Mortal Kombat cartoon. I wouldn't be surprised though. Because I mean, it was a very common thing to take things that were made for adults, but then make like a kid's product out of it, right? Like Predator action figure, right? Or like Alien toys. Terminator, RoboCop, all of these things you could get toys of, But none of those things were made for kids. There were certainly a lot of kids cartoons, though, of a lot of different stuff, like there was do you guys remember that there was a Beautiful Joe cartoon? Oh, we can still go through here, even though the door was already I thought we needed the kid to get through this door. So maybe he is going to be back here then. You thought it was a cartoon first? No, no. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But yeah, there was a, Beautiful Joe was originally a GameCube game. There was Beautiful Joe 2 on GameCube. And then there was, oh, there he is! Then there was Beautiful Joe Double Trouble on the DS. I don't know if there was, I feel like there might have been another one at some point, but that's all I remember. That couldn't have been easy, but we've made it this far. I won't run away anymore. Let's go. Somehow I don't believe him that he won't run away anymore. But there we go. We got him back. All right. I don't think we need to stop spell. If we just take this guy out. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, I remember when I first started watching Saturday morning cartoons, like I wasn't really into Saturday morning cartoons at first because the thing is, I've just always been into video games my whole life, you know? I was never into like Barney. I never watched Sesame Street. You know, I wasn't into Disney movies, right? I was just all video games all the time. But at one point I did start watching cartoons for a little while when it was what I remember watching was hang on, I'm trying to find stop spell. Wait. What happened to Muriel? That's why Barbara doesn't have any HP, because she's not usually in my party. Okay. Hey, I'm a little bit more chatty than I usually am today, so I didn't even notice that she was, I didn't even notice that my party got changed. But yeah, I remember watching the Kirby cartoon that had like that snail guy in it that was kind of like Squidward. At least that's what I remember. I remember watching the first episode of the Donkey Kong Country cartoon, which was CGI. And I remember it being not very good, and then I never saw it again. Yeah, Kirby Right Back at Ya. That is what it was called. Oh, I watched the first season of Pokemon also, except I feel like that was prime time. Like, am I nuts? I don't think Pokemon was a Saturday night cartoon, or Saturday morning cartoon. I feel like that was like Fox prime time, but maybe I'm wrong about that. But yeah, what I remember Saturday morning, I remember Kirby, I remember Beautiful Joe came on at some point. There was Donkey Kong Country at some point, and then Shaman King was my other one. I think basically Kirby and Shaman King was what I watched for. All right. We gotta hang on. We gotta outside. All right. We gotta. Order? There we go. Boom, boom. You. And then. Okay, yeah. And then do one of these. Do. watch cartoons because your mom and dad hated video games and were against you, and your siblings playing them. So I went through a little bit of that as well, where yeah, like I didn't like to rock the boat at all, and didn't get into much trouble at all. But my brother was very rebellious, and whenever my brother did something that my parents wanted to ground him for, their go-to was to take away video games, and that meant that I got video games taken away also, because they would like take the power cords, or something, and so then I didn't have games either. But they wouldn't take my Game Boy though, right? So generally that would be the time where I would play Game Boy. Come to think of it, though, that is before we bought our own systems, though. Like, once we were at the age where we bought our own systems, they didn't do that anymore, now that I think about it. Nice. Ooh, seems like a pretty big level there. All right. Yeah. Take away the power cord. Which is funny with what I know now, where it's like, I'm sure the same power cord that was used for, like, the printer, right, would have worked for the PlayStation. But, I didn't know that back then. Oh, what's she up to now? Don't mess with my Asmongold table. Look, I didn't clean it up after the subathon, all right? Where'd she go? No, not the cables. Oh, brother. She's getting ready for dinner. She is real pretty. She is so cute, dude. That's the thing. Mia. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. We can't help but reward you for bad behavior because you were so cute while you were doing it. It might be. Is it not changing? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Alright. I suppose we better go save the game since I've been wandering around a bunch. Oh, but is there... Oh, yeah. He's in the cave. Alright. Yeah, I hear... There's a lot of people who say that, like, yeah, their cat will bait you into scratching their stomach and then attack you when you do it. But, yeah. Both our cats are super cuddly and super chill with however we want to handle them, you know? And like I said, I don't know how much of it is due to how I raised them, but I did make a point to hold them a lot when they were really young, you know? When we first got them, I held them all the time, and now they just love being held. Okay, these guys, I think a stop spell is a good idea. Of course, the one that the stop spell didn't work on. Alright. Cats will start eating you if you die alone and stop feeding them. I've heard that, yeah. Alright. Yours is a literal rescue, so that might have something to do with it, for sure. Yeah, you never know what kind of, like, survival habits they had to learn. This way. Dude, that's actually so funny, Tilt. The last time I played this game was before the shockening happened. Man, that's how long it's been since last time I played this game. I think we just wail on him. Did I quit my job? No, I worked today. It's the evening now. However, Proggers, I did stream all last week because it was a subathon. I took last week off work and streamed almost all day, every day, all week. But now we're back to my normal schedule of every other day. And on weekdays, it's going to be in the evenings. On weekends, it's generally going to be in the mornings. And I kind of am thinking, this isn't a promise, but I'm kind of thinking any stream days that happen to land on Saturday, I might try to beat that 1430. Oh, we lost one. Okay, so she just got kicked to the 4th slot. And then Hassan, right, just became a black belt? Alright, cool. That's level 7. Gotcha. Okay, so this time we did have to reopen the door ourselves. Now, I wonder if I think the first trial is going to be back, right? Metal Slime. Get his ass. Get his ass. Ah, jeez. Man, it is a great battle theme. Hit me with another one of these squares. Get him. All right, so I need to start actually mapping this place out mentally. All right. Again, double stop spell on these guys to make sure it lands. It double didn't affect one of them. Okay, but he's just casting upper, which isn't that big of a deal. Alright, hopefully he dies this time before, Those dudes do so much damage. But that wasn't even casting a spell. Once again, that was him just using his staff. But alright. Wisdom, power. Okay, across the bridge and under the thing is just a chest, and we've already done that. I have to remember that this time. That's why it's taken me so long to progress into this dungeon, is because I keep researching the same areas. Kinda seems like maybe I should do increase one time on this fight. Because, I mean, it would cost less MP than having to heal everybody every time. Alright, so this is the way we're actually going. I'm gonna take out this guy first. The demon mirror can, be a little annoying. There we go, no problem. This has definitely felt like a particularly brutal dungeon. Ah, come on, someone get him. Get that crit. Yeah! We finally killed a metal slime, dude. Uh-oh. Alright. Oh, big experience. Very nice. Amos, I mean, honestly, I don't even know who that guy is.
Only members of the royal family of Holstock may pass. What is your name? What is your name?
My name is Hulse.
Indeed, you are of the Holstock bloodline.
Alright, down again. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
What is the airspeed velocity of an African swallow?
Or of an unladen swallow, sorry. Right. Because then the question is African or European. That is one of my all-time favorite movies. I used to make a TV dinner, like for dinner, if ever, I was left to my own devices for dinner. I would just make a TV dinner and watch that movie while I ate it. Man-eater! So I think man-eaters are fine, except for the fact that they do beat. They attempt to one-hit kill us. There it is. One shot. Alright, so I think we try to Vivify mid-fight here, because Hassan does a lot of damage, so I don't want him to be dead. Oh. I guess this guy wasn't okay. Alright, well that... Alright, please don't screw me. Nice. And then we can heal more him. Sweet. Small metal, very nice. And then half plate, I feel like is old news, right? We've got silver breastplate. We've got full plate. These guys, once again, give them a double stop spell so it sticks as well as possible. Bap, bada, bap. You know what's funny about the Monty Python and the Holy Grail thing, of me like watching it like every day as a kid, or just very, very, very often, is there's that one part of the movie that's really not for kids, right? The Sir Galahad. No. Yeah? Sir Galahad the Pure, right? His part. But you know what's funny? Is whenever I watched the movie as a kid, I always skipped that part. I just the Castle Anthrax, yeah. I always just fast forwarded through that scene of the movie, because I thought it was boring. I thought that scene was boring and fast forwarded it every time. Alright, so now we have to try for revives. There we go. You think this game is not as good as people remember? I think it definitely depends on what you're into. Like, this is right up my alley. This is exactly my kind of shit. Okay, and this right here, exactly right now, is exactly the kind of stuff that I love, which is having to consider whether or not I have enough resources to fight this boss, or I can teleport out, sleep at the inn, reinvigorate, and then run straight back to this spot with more resources because I was able to go, get straight back here because I know where to go now, and I love that. How did the verification go? The verification for the Hundo run, as far as me checking that I got all of the items and all of the materia and all of the limit breaks, all of that was successful. So I cannot foresee there being any problem with the actual verification, which is currently pending, and it'll probably take a while. Hundo's, it's a 15-hour run. One of the other 3 mods needs to needs to have the time to verify it and then verify it, right? So, you know, there's no rush, but I can tell you, I don't think there's going to be any problem with it. You know, I'm confident in saying that it was legit. However, yeah, in order for it to be on the leaderboard, yeah, one of the other mods has to look it over still. You refuse to accept that judgment of a movie that contains the line, "This man wanks as high as any" in Womb? I don't... Okay. I don't think I even know what you're talking about. Right, I've never seen Life of Brian, so that makes sense as to why I had no idea what you were talking about there. Yeah. That's like the one Monty Python movie I haven't seen. All right, I'm gonna try to kick this guy's ass. Let's go. Oh shit, I didn't set my tactics correctly. Okay, big hit. Alright, tactics, follow orders. And now I think we're gonna do this, but then you... Actually, I mean, I like the idea of you doing Wind Slash. That seems pretty good. And then you are gonna do... I'm thinking stop... Like, let's try to do Stop Spell. And let's try to do... And you're gonna have to do Increase. Oh, damn. Okay. So the increase will be good to offset the defense spells. And then I think we're going to need to be doing heal all. Well, we're going to need to save his MP for heal all. So for now, I'm going to parry with him. You do increase again. Wasn't affected. Oh, I forgot that I have, like, these things. Slowness. I'll try to do double slash, you know? Alright, and then we're gonna need to do, like, heal all. Probably dash. And then you gotta keep doing increase for now. Okay. I feel like double slash is not as good as a regular attack, I don't think, and here's why. It invokes their armor stat twice. You know what I mean? It's kind of like in Dark Souls, how it's often better to do 200 damage physical than it is to do 100 physical, 100 fire. Because if you do 100 physical, 100 fire, they both get dropped by the enemy's resistance, right? But if you do just a huge amount of one, you only hit one resistance. I don't know if that's even true though. It doesn't matter for percentage-based defense, but it does matter for like static defense. Anyway. Mia, no scratching the chair. Strike weakness. I gotta try strike weakness. And now you probably gotta heal all yourself. And now you also have to heal all yourself, I think. Oh, come here. Oh, no. Now she's interested in the treats that Mrs. Dash left. I might have to put Mia upstairs. I didn't even see what strike weakness did. I better try again. I gotta see what it does this time. You heal all him. You increase. Okay, okay. So you just fight now because you're out of MP. And you hit that increase. Actually, she should have probably... Oh no, okay, okay. Heal all dash. Hi, Mia. Oh, you can come up here, but only if you want to actually be up here and not mess with everything. Alright, so now both of our healers are out of magic, and so it's time to just start wailing on him. See how it goes. Okay, okay. We appear to now be at minimum defense. I can't believe nobody's dead yet. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, he heard me. Alright, alright. Oh! We got him! Alright, alright.
You have passed this test.
Okay. So now, open the door. And we gotta get the fuck out of here. Alright, alright. There we go. Heal up, and then return to whole stock. And surely there's an inn here, yeah? Maybe we have to go back to that town. PS3 Slim for 45. Is it a Slim or a Super Slim? I'm a fan of the Super Slims. Because I like clicking the disc onto the spindle rather than having a, failure-prone slot. And I just like the fact that it's even smaller, and they're super quiet. I really like the Super Slims. Good thing this game is almost entirely playable one-handed. Because you can use L as confirm. So you can just D-pad and L around. I am playing on a modern TV. I just use a RetroTink 5X. I have a PVM here that I should use, and I have used for this game. It's just kind of a pain to move the studio around. But, here, I mean, if we... Let's give it a second here to fire up. Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, this thing looks incredible. Love it. Big fan. But yeah, just for, got it on channel 3. Nah, we're doing RGB video. So it goes... So the Famicom itself goes SCART into a SCART to BNC adapter, and it goes into the BNC ports of this thing. And then and then this thing has video out that goes BNC to SCART adapter, which then goes into the RetroTink 5X, and the 5X upscales it to HDMI. So then for convenience, I'm just playing HDMI on the big TV. But you know what, actually? I should show you guys what the back of the thing looks like. If you've never seen a RetroTink 5X, you can get it from retrotink.com. That's T-I-N-K. But yeah, here, let me show you what it looks like. Alright, so we got the TV looking great. We get back here. Yeah. So here's all the different wires. Because so red, green, and blue are all 3 video signals, and then the yellow wire is the sync signal. Which is what tells it, when does a frame start and stop. And then it's got all of those going out as well. So here's where the system goes SCART into the adapter. The adapter goes BNC. Here I've got where the audio, I've just got a coupler for the audio. The audio bypasses the TV, or the PVM. Because the PVM is mono, and so if I do put it in, these are both splitter combiners, right? If I do want the audio to go into the PVM, it has to get combined into mono. So in order to keep stereo for the stream, I bypass the PVM with a coupler here. Yeah. And then, yeah, that just comes out here to this guy. That's the upscaler. Oh yeah, the RJ45 jack on the back of the PVM, it actually controls the LED light. So you see the little white square on the top of the frame? That is actually a RGB LED light that you can control with the RJ45 jack. So yeah. Because the thing about these PVMs, if you don't know, is that they're not like it's not like a consumer TV. This is like a monitor that was made to go in a TV station, you know, type of thing. And so yeah, and so that's why they've got like the RGB video, and they don't have like a TV antenna or anything, you know, it's a monitor. Yeah, and they're super heavy. But man, do they look good, you know, man, do they look good. And hello, Lou 7. All right. So anyway, where were we? We're gonna go Vivify, Muriel, Vivify, Hassan, Vivify has like a 50% chance to work. There we go. And now that everybody's revived... 50-inch projection TVs. Yeah, I've heard that that those are not very good for retro gaming. And yeah, kind of in the vibes of playing retro stuff on actual consoles. So you're sort of trying to sort this out. Yeah. The RetroTink 5X is the best, and let me briefly demonstrate why. So this is the menu, and you can do all kinds of stuff with it. First, let me just show you what it looks like plug and play settings. So plug and play, you just turn it on. I'm using RGB SCART, so you'd put it on the RGB SCART input. And this is what it looks like, just totally out of the box plug and play, right? And so then here, let me like, no, that's fine. We'll keep it like this. So yeah, this is plug and play out of the box, but then the biggest setting to do is the H sampling, because basically horizontally it might. You have to look kind of close, but it is the tiniest bit blurry. And so there's another button that brings up the horizontal sampling. We're on generic right now, right? And there's also for 16:9, generic 16:9. But here's where we get into the good stuff. Boom, right here. SNES or PC Engine 256. This also works for regular NES. You put it on this mode, 256 pixel wide. Boom, look how sharp it is now, you know? Now it is razor sharp. And it's got things for all kinds of different systems, like Genesis and Saturn for games that are 320. As you can see, it doesn't look good for it doesn't look good for Super Nintendo, but if you're on Genesis, right? So yeah, anyway, this is where it's at. How do you get that menu to show up? For me, it is this button, like the bottom button right here, is the one that does it. But I think you can get into it right here, can't you? Oh yeah, you can also get into it there. If you go to the menu on the remote, and then it's H sampling is the menu. To get in there. But then also I've done like a bunch of cropping. So the scaling and crop is a whole thing you can set up for different systems as well. So, like, if we load the actual profile I have saved, you'll see this one. Oh, by the way, this one's also a little bit more colorful because I got RGB full on instead of limited, which is why it looked a little washed out when I put it back to the plug-and-play settings. But yeah, that's this option for that. Some consoles look better in limited. Like PlayStation 1, I think looks better in limited. Because the thing is, yeah, it looks a little washed out at first, but if you try to play like Tomb Raider on RGB full, there are rooms that are just pitch black and you can't see because it's intended to be unlimited. And then you can actually see what the hell's going on. Yo, Grunches, thank you for raiding on in. Hello, everybody. But yeah, you know, you got there's even like this where, whoa, you can get a much bigger screen. But anyway, that is this thing. I'm not a salesman. I'm not sponsored or anything. I just think that this is a fantastic product. It just changes the sampling. You don't get the window at all. Do you know, like, is it possible to check what firmware you're on? Because I'm on firmware 3.0, which might have a difference. But I don't know. That's interesting. Because I think, like, this is, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can do, like, scan lines. For those of you watching in 1080p, you know, the scan line option might actually look kind of good. Oh, yeah. But I don't like scan lines when I'm streaming because I think that scaling the output makes them look bad. That's this. Now I'm just playing with buttons that I haven't tried before. Oh. Okay, anyway. 1.24. Okay, yeah, that might be it. If you just bought did you buy it brand new? Because if that's the case, I'd be surprised that it's on an old firmware. But hey, you know, I don't know. Why would you want them if you don't use the CRT? Because they do look really good. When I look over at this PVM and it's got these beautiful scan lines on the picture, they look really good. However, I'm a fan of both, though. I really like the legit scanline look on a monitor, and I really like the super clean look of the flat screen. You know, I like both a lot. It was from eBay, hundo off retail. Gotcha. So yeah. You probably just want to. Oh, that was bad. You probably just want to. That's why I do this every time. That way, every time the screen goes black, it doesn't like lose its H sample and it stays on the right phase. And Grunches, how is it going? Were you what were you up to today? Something Dragon Quest related? And yo, Danger. Ba-da-bum. Speedrunning Little Mermaid for a competition between friends. Gotcha. I've done a few of those. Like, when I played through, Astyanax, for example, that was for a little friendly competition. And when I played through Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness, that was like a friendly competition. And a few others. Barbie Adventure. Barbie Adventure was kind of fun. That game is legit okay. And that one was funny too, because it was like some of the folks in the competition had definitely not played PS1 platformers before, you know, where they were having so much trouble with like,
when I press forward, she doesn't always go exactly forward. Sometimes she goes at like a little angle.
and it's like, yeah, because the level is at like a little angle and the camera isn't perfect. Like, you just got to deal with it. You just got to put it in your head the direction she's gonna go. It's not that complicated. And yeah, I saw, yep, Zeal is doing some hundo rerouting. And not only is he doing rerouting, but he's also implementing a lot of, I think he's implementing a lot of the experimental stuff that Blink has been working on. And so if he gets that working, he will probably crush the current record, which will be cool. If it all works as it theoretically should, I am a little skeptical as to whether, like, chain manipping battery cap fights. Sorry for this FF7 jargon if you're here for Dragon Quest, but the chain manipping 6 battery cap fights, I am skeptical as to whether it is actually possible to do that manip fast enough for it to actually save time. But we'll see. Alright. Never played Dragon Quest. I hadn't played Dragon Quest until well, it was until I got the surgery. When I got the first hand surgery, I needed a game that I could play with one hand. And so I played Dragon Quest 1, right? Dragon Warrior for NES, with my keyboard controller, you know? And just loved it. And so I played Dragon Quest 2, and it was like multiple times better. I loved Dragon Quest 2. And now here we are on 6, and the games are still excellent. We gotta take out the sleep horn first. Okay. Seller said there was a remote issue but didn't have batteries installed? Who pays $300 for an upscaler and doesn't know to put batteries in the remote? Maybe they bought it off someone else. I don't know. That is funny, though. Hey, it's the, these statues were in the last game.
Welcome to the baptismal spring, member of the Holstock family.
I don't want to be here.
But you are. Step under the waterfall and be purified.
You want me to step into the waterfall? Seriously?
Seriously.
Oh, very well. Here I go. How much longer?
You can come out now.
Ugh.
There, you've been successfully baptized.
Thank you.
How about that?
Now you should return to the castle.
Hey, Dash. I'm so cold. Please escort me home.
Oh man, so when I I fought the boss, and then instead of going into this door, I went back to town to get all my shit back. But now it turns out that that's all this room was. Hey, I was just playing it safe. How's the translation patch? Seems great so far. The only thing about the translation patch is it's got a couple soft lock issues in it. Actually, they're more like hard lock issues. But like, let me give you an example. If you go to info all, I think when it brings up this screen, for example, if you press B to back out of this, it'll just hard lock the game. But if you press A to advance past it, you're fine. Stuff like that. It's got a couple menu things like that in it. Or like it also happens with equipment. If you go equip, dash, right? And I go, okay, battle axe, silver breastplate, iron shield, iron helm, silver bracelet. And now we're on this screen. If I press B, it'll hard lock. But if I just advance with A, like I went A through the whole menu, then we're fine. Yeah. Little weird, but it has only bit me in the ass one time so far. Just being cognizant of that. All right. Oops. Simply don't press B. But yeah, I'm happy with the translation itself for sure. And game's great so far. You know what? I think we just no magic beat him up. Oh man, well that sucks, Tilt. That's crazy. Can you write the new firmware to a memory card and update firmware from memory card instead of USB? I'm not sure if that's true. Or I'm not sure if that's possible. All right. You've just played 1 and 11. I've heard that 11 is peak JRPG. I've also heard 8 is like the other peak one. Like it seems like the ones that people like the most are 8 and 11. All right, here we go.
Father,
Yes, host?
I did it. I've been baptized.
Oh, I'm so proud. Now you can take the throne whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Father, but now's not the time. I want to spend some time learning first.
You really are growing up, host. Very well. The throne will wait for you. Anyway, we celebrate tonight. Dash, you're welcome to join us. Minister, soldiers, you know what to do. Yes, sir. That night, a great celebration was held for Prince Hos. Oh, yeah. Then the sun rose.
All right. So let's see what everyone's talking about now.
Dash, it's good to see you. Several family treasures are kept in the baptismal cave. Did you take any of them?
Well, yeah.
I expected no less. There's nothing in that cave that I couldn't do without. As your payment, feel free to keep whatever you took. Come back and see us anytime. Oh, I almost forgot.
Dash received the magic key. Hell yeah, dude. Is that gonna get us into Star Doors?
This key has been in my family for many generations. You may not be a member of the royal family, but I feel you will have more use for it than I will. You can use it to open doors bearing the magical crest. Thank you again for taking us to the baptismal cave.
All right, all right. So that's excellent. Because right away, it's not gonna do this probably, yeah. But let me check something here. As far as our keys go, who even has the? We had a key, didn't we? Maybe not. Maybe this is the first key we've gotten. Alright, well, right away, I remember where one of the spots to use it is. And that is... over here. Boom. All right. Oh, Mia was, I mean, she was tearing it up in here earlier. Gotta find the purpose of coming out here. Huh. Interesting. Well, guess I'll just keep in mind that I never found anything out here.
Oh, Dash, I have several difficult decisions facing me. Do you think I can become accustomed to becoming a king?
Yeah, probably, sure, I don't know.
Thank you.
Alright, alright. Maybe, someone else in town will have, like, a clue.
The prince has finally been baptized.
That's right, he has. That goes nowhere. Well, maybe someone's out here now. Like, now we gotta recheck everything and see what's different, you know? That's where we just came in. And alright.
Prince Host didn't take the throne? I thought he would have wanted to become king.
Wonder if there's a way through these trees. Doesn't look like it. Also, just gotta check the ground right there, you know? Dragon Warrior was the Western name. In Japan, it's always been Dragon Quest. In the US, it was Dragon Warrior all the way through. Well, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. We didn't get 5 or 6 originally. And then after 7 on PS1, then Dragon Quest 8 on PS2. From what I understand, that was the first one to be released in the US as Dragon Quest. We got scammed, dude. It happened all the time.
I don't think Host will be as much fun anymore. He's gonna be so busy.
Is it possible that I'm the prince, really? Or is it possible that the prince really... I'm amazed.
The king is upstairs.
Bull seems more polite now.
Thank you for taking care of our prince. But then, yeah, then there were like a whole bunch of remakes, right? I think 5 and 6 came out here on the DS, right? If we go like Wikipedia, Dragon Quest, the series, we can probably say like Dragon Quest V from 92. Japan had a PS2 version of it that came out in 2004. Yeah, and then in 2009 is when there finally became a worldwide release of Dragon Quest V, but it was the remake for DS. And then Dragon Quest VI. Dragon Quest VI on Wikipedia doesn't say anything about any other releases. Oh, but no, but then down in the actual article, an enhanced remake for the Nintendo DS was announced in late 2007, released January 2010, and in North America in 2011. Okay, so yeah, this one, Dragon Quest VI, also had a Nintendo DS remake that came out in 2011. Yeah, sounds good, Insertion. But thoughts on this game so far? I like it a lot. It's so far very much like the other Dragon Quest games, where it's very open. It feels non-linear. It might be secretly linear, but it feels like I'm always exploring. Everything that I do, I feel like I found it, right? It's that kind of game. It's very it feels like an adventure, and I love that. The timer is just because people like timers, a lot. Like when you come into the stream and you see this, generally what it means is like you instantly know, oh, we're 25 hours into the game. That's how long I've been playing it so far.
There's nothing in the cave that I couldn't do without.
Okay, yeah. Wow. Okay. I will not stop streaming unless you pay me. That's like, I've heard of that idea. The reverse subathon. Pay me to not stream. I will not go live. As long as you keep paying me, I will not go live. Alright, so I have notes. We got the star door. Alright, so I can take off my note about the star door. Or at least mark that I opened it. Now, in the city of Arkbolt, there was also a star door. So let's go check that out real quick. Now, I don't remember where the hell this is, so let's take a look at my my map I'm working on. So, Arkbolt is letter K, and that's going to be on this map, I think. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're downstairs right now. Ah, I see. We are right here. Oh yeah. Okay. This is the place where we had to go into the cave to defeat the monster. As like a test for who was going to become the new knight or something like that. And Terry beat us to it. But I also wrote down that there apparently was a star door here somewhere. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. And yeah, I as far as the way I play old games with like taking notes and stuff is yeah, it really started with it's funny because yeah, like there was a long time where I didn't play games like this. And so it was sort of a novelty the first time I went back to it, which was with the original Legend of Zelda. It was like it was like the idea of it was going to be a challenge where it's like, all right, I've never beaten Zelda before, the original on NES, never really played it that much before because I would always just get lost right away and then just turn it off and not play it again for another couple years, you know? And so I was like, all right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to not look anything up, and I'm going to play it, and I'm going to draw a map while I play it. And that is going to help me remember where the stuff is and not get lost. And then it was also like, well, also, why don't I write down everything that every NPC says? Why don't I write down what the shops are selling and that kind of stuff? And the playthrough was so fun that it was just like, shit, this is how I should play every game, you know? This is just how you're supposed to play it. Because like the games to follow soon after that, the Zelda 1 experience was Zelda 2, of course. And then I did Castlevania 2 and Metroid, the original Metroid, right? And like at that point, I was I'm locked into like, this is just how I play games now. Whoop. Treasure of the Rudris, that was Squaresoft's last SNES RPG? That's crazy, I've never even heard of it. Metal Warriors on SNES? I have never even heard of that either. Years ago, you played FF7, writing everything down, and you still have it? Here, let me, I mean, I've got the old notebook here. So my brother and I drew the map together. So it's a bit of a mess because we didn't know what we were doing at first. And it's a bit of a mishmash between both of our drawings. But here's the Zelda 1 map that we drew. And then this was us burning all the bushes, right? Like marking down where we had burned all the bushes. Writing down what people say. This was me just messing around with the dungeons, because I heard that we've all heard, right, that the dungeons all fit together. So I drew their shapes so that then I could draw a dungeon map, that has them all
next to each other, because this kind of helped a lot. When I was looking for secrets, so this map was just me, and when I was looking for secrets, it's like, you know that you don't have to test this wall for a bomb, you know? This isn't going to be a bombable wall because it runs into another dungeon, you know what I mean? So, like, putting them all together kind of helped narrow down where we needed to be looking for secrets and stuff like that. But yeah, so there's the Zelda 1 dungeons. And then we got that's a doodle of my brother's. And what else we got? Okay, but then we got some other stuff, like here's all my passwords while I was playing Doom 64. This I think is Final Fantasy 1. Playing through Final Fantasy 1, just writing down everything everybody says. That's also Final Fantasy 1. It's kind of funny to see stuff like this. That's like, I have no clue what that means anymore, but I needed it at the time, you know? This is probably Final Fantasy 2. This is probably Final Fantasy 3. Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 5. I think this was a puzzle where, like, there was, like, a series of doors where a thing bounces around, and I was writing down the pattern. This was me figuring out that it's not a pattern, you know? Oh, here's Metroid! Yeah, Metroid 1, dude! Here's the map. Or at least of the original area. This is the password I got when I 100%ed the game in under 2 hours. Area 2 of Metroid. I love, by the way, that this whole area is just a waste of time. This is all here just to get you make you get lost and waste time. This area. And then what else we got here? This, I believe, is from Shin Megami Tensei, or at least one of the Megami Tensei games. There it goes. Probably just marking down. Yeah, I think I had to mark down, like, where pitfalls were, like where you would fall down. Cosmoon, thank you for subscribing. Yeah. Definitely Megami Tensei stuff. Bunch of those. Oh, Zelda 2! Here's our abstract map. So we had an abstract map of the world map, you know. And then what the people say to you, as well as what you find in each town. And then the temple maps, of course. And so this is the thing, is that, like, nowadays I've started just taking my notes digitally, which is less exciting, you know? It's like, it's definitely a lot cooler to have this notebook to flip through. But it is really convenient to just take them digitally now. Oh, this is Castlevania 2. Yeah. Here's my world map of Castlevania 2. The squares or the rectangles are like the towns or the castles. And then the lines are like the levels that you go through, you know? Earthbound. Oh, Final Fantasy VI, Time Puzzle, Time Town. Metroid 2 map. Metroid 2 map was a lot messier. It was a lot harder to figure that one out. Oh, by the way, on this scene... It should be like this. And then this can be like that. There we go. That's better. This... Oh, yeah, that's more Metroid 2. I started the map Super Metroid and then realized I didn't have to. Oh, here's the design! This is the design of my keyboard controller. The original design. Do I have that thing sitting around here anywhere? Oh, it's over there. But yeah, the keyboard controller I showed you guys. There's originally I planned to just have just the board from an NES controller inside of it. Except later I found out that an NES board is so simple that that I might as well just make it myself. Oh yeah, just a bunch of stuff here. Wow, what the hell is this? Focus? Oh! This is the Final Fantasy VII puzzle, dude! This is the mayor password. On this one, it was, King! It's King on this one. Nice. Anyway, I have no idea what this is. Or what the tallies are for. Oh, there's me figuring out that it's King. What else we got here? No idea what that is. Huh. I don't recognize this. Wait, is this Star Tropics? Oh no, this is Crash Bandicoot. This is the level in Crash Bandicoot that's really hard to 100% to get all the boxes in. I can't remember the name of the level, but there's one level in Crash that's super difficult to do that. This is The Magic of Shahrazad. Have you guys ever played that one? We got fancy on this one with the blue pen for oh, come on. Ah. What are you doing to me here, camera? All right. It refuses to focus on this one. But yeah. We got fancy with a blue pen for water. Yo, Davagardo. We're taking a trip down memory lane in my notes notebook. What are you? This seems like Majora's Mask, isn't it? Yeah. This is Majora's Mask. Oh. Oh, this is Kirby's Dream Land 2. There we go. Dude, I remember writing this down. There's a part in Kirby's Dream Land 2 where you need to there's a whole tree of choices and only one of them gets you like the thing that you want. Oh, and then this is Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Depending on what food you eat in Tokyo Mirage Sessions, different characters get a luck bonus. So I had to write down which characters liked which meals. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, no, these. Oh yeah, these are all the meals and who likes them. Oh, that's funny. How old is this book? Over 10 years. This is Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, definitely SMT. This is The Witness. Yeah. This is The Witness. Nice. Trying to put together those Tetris piece puzzles. Oh yeah, here, look at this. I actually had to cut some out. You know why? You know why this cut is here? So I could cut out Tetris piece shapes and do puzzles in The Witness by moving blocks around. Is this, Brave Fencer Musashi? Oh, and we're at the end of this one. Oh, Kuon. Oh yeah. This puzzle is from Kuon also. Yeah. Nice. So then that book filled up. I did start a second book at some case, but there you go. There's the old one. So somebody asked, what do I do for notes nowadays? Nowadays I take a lot of screenshots and draw on them, you know. Like here I took a screenshot of the map screen and I'm writing letters on it. And then I've just got a notepad document like this. So, that's kind of what I do now, which isn't as fun to look at later, but it's very convenient. Okay, anyway. Anywho, that brings us back to the fact that the reason that we are in this, the reason that we're in this castle is, because I wrote down that there is a star door here somewhere. Dark theme it. Everyone is so uppity about everyone else using dark mode. Bro, I'm in a room with 2 giant ass lights on me all the time so that the lighting is good in here. This the white notepad document is the least of my problems, of my worries. I'm in a well-lit room. Actually, I'm not. This room is not super well lit. It's just well lit, you know, up here. We're gonna try to use make a Fallout New Vegas mod and meticulously screenshotted every floor map, killed every enemy. Yeah. Yeah, that's fun. I've seen also that there are there's a website that I saw Minin using that it's like digital graph paper, and it's got all kinds of common gaming symbols that you can put down, you know, like letters or arrows or chests or, you know, things like that. And you can like put comments into squares and stuff, you know, like take notes like that. I think you have to pay for it though. It's like I think it was he said it was a paid software. But I mean, if you're into graph paper mapping and you want to do it digitally, it looked very convenient. All right, here we go. I think I'm finally going toward where there's more doors. Yeah, here we go. What do we got? Poison Needle. I remember Poison Needle being a thing in the last Dragon Quest game. Can't you do that for free? Probably. I mean, I'm talking about something from a while ago. You know, and you can probably find a free version of it. All I'm saying is that this one looked like it was very high quality, and I remember the fact that it was paid. I got no problem paying for something that I think is a good product and that improves the quality of my life, though, you know? Like, for example, you know how I've been endlessly complaining about how Windows 11 doesn't let you put the taskbar on the side? Well, there is something called Retro Bar that is free that lets you put it on the side, but Dimensive, though, showed me a different software that's able to restore the taskbar to be basically just like Windows 10 had it. And it has like all those features, and the start menu looks really good. And I like it a lot better. Like the way that it works, I think I like how it works really well. And it's $5 for a permanent license, right? And like, yeah, that's easy for me. Like $5. You know, I will gladly support somebody who fixed the exact problem that is keeping me from updating my streaming PC to Windows 11, you know? I haven't, like, my streaming PC was on Windows 10 still, even though it's not getting the updates because of the taskbar thing. But yeah, anyway. All I'm saying is, while I do love open source software, I'm a big fan of open source software, I am also totally fine with paying a very reasonable price when people, you know, solve issues. You'd rather die than upgrade to Windows 11? I'm curious, you know, what is holding you back so vehemently? Because for me, it was the taskbar. The taskbar was the thing that I couldn't stand, and now that's fixed. I think we're done here. We got the poison needle. It's got to be good for someone. Like, it might be better than the Morning Star, you know? I'm not sure. I'm gonna sack it for now, and I'll think about it. You hate Windows 11 right-click? Oh, dude, beef and butter! That's the other thing that this software did. The $5 software. It fixed the taskbar, it fixed the start menu, and it fixed the right-click menu. Web searches instead of file searches? Yeah, I can't stand that kind of stuff either. I feel like there's a here. Let me tell you guys what the software is called, so that you know, in case you're interested in it as well. It has a 100-day trial period. 100-day trial period to try it out. It's called Start All Back. Boom. I'll give it to YouTube also. Boom. Just in case everything I said sounds great. I don't have a sponsorship or anything. It's just, look, they solved all my problems with Windows 11. So, there we go. Okay. Anyway, back to my Dragon Quest notes. Let's mark down that we opened this star door. And now... I don't see... The skin makes it look really old. The way that I have it set up, it looks exactly like Windows 10. Because that was the preference that I wanted it on. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk up Power Toys. Power Toys, you can do stuff like, you can like macro a whole set of, like suite of windows, right? Like, if every day when I stream, for example, I want to open up, like, my popped-out chat for Twitch in this position, my popped-out chat for YouTube in that position, these two browser tabs, OBS, right? You can hit, like, one button and it opens all of that. I haven't bothered with it, but I've heard about it. Okay, I think what I would like to do now, I want to try to see what, I want to try to see how the dream world has been affected by the prince getting returned to the castle, or the prince getting baptized. Windows is way different for people who just want to play games and stream. That's me, right? Like, there was a time in my life where I tried Linux, you know, and I wanted to, I was fine with, like, having to relearn a bunch of stuff, troubleshoot a bunch of stuff every day and stuff. Nowadays, though, I don't got time for that. I'm more concerned about what I want to do on the computer, not, like, the way that I need to do it or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to... I still do it a little bit. Like, I'm learning GIMP now to get off of Photoshop, right? I'm learning GIMP and stuff like that. But, like, for the most part, though, it's like... For someone like me, I've got way too many hobbies I've got way too much stuff that already takes up so much of my time, like streaming, where it's like, I don't got time to not just use Windows, you know? Which is why I always say that I want to like Windows. When I complain about Windows, it's not that, like, I wish I wasn't using it. It's not that. It's that I wish I liked it. I wish I didn't have things to complain about with it, right? Which is why, and that's why I'm so, like, I'm so excited about and, like, talkative about this program that I linked to you guys, because it put me into a, you know, it just made me feel so much more comfortable with using Windows again. But yeah, anyway, let's go back to Holstock. And now I want to go back to the dream world. So Holstock is M. Have I written down... Oh! The house at L has a star door also, apparently. That's probably going to be really important because it's next to this place. Why didn't I notice that I had that written down in my notes? Right down here. Ah, and that's how we get back to the, that's how we get back to the dream world. So do I have Dream World Returns written down anywhere? What's W1? W1... Okay, so for some reason, I didn't write down what W1 means in my notes. I just wrote it as if I would remember. So, I guess what it means is that's a spot where I can get back up to the real world. That has to be what that means. But okay, so let me write down under L. Well to Dream World. Alright, nice. Yeah, warp 1, I imagine, is what it means. I just didn't write down where the hell it warps to. I think it just warps to the dream world, though. Well, Mimic! Alright, alright. Let's sap him. And give me an increase as well. Wasn't affected. I'll try one more on the sap. Ah, okay, that time it did work. Alright, just keep doing it. Drop his defense, raise our defense. Oh, yeah! Big damage. Now just kick his ass, I think. Ooh, baby! Alright, nice. Okay, okay. He wasn't so tough. All of them up to 12 except for 6? Yeah. I, also have all of them. Well, I mean, there isn't a 12 yet, right? 11 is the newest? Alright, so yeah, here we are. Now we are down here in Dream World. Here, let's just do this. Do 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 ba ba da ba. You know, it's funny, when I was younger and, like, Squaresoft went through that financial trouble after Final Fantasy Spirits Within, and they merged with Enix, when I was younger, and I didn't know any better, didn't know anything, I thought, oh no, you know, how terrible this, basically I was worried that Enix is this, like, company I've never heard of, and I don't know if it's any good, you know, that they're gonna be working together now. If only I knew. I never knew. Apparently Enix was fucking ripping it up with the Dragon Quest series. And then they also made... who made Terranigma? Because I haven't played that, but I hear people talk about that game as if it's the best thing ever. But also, didn't Enix make Evo Search for Eden? Oh no! Nice. There we go. Like, what are you saying? Use Lumina. Yeah, I mean, nowadays I'm thinking Enix was pretty great. But, Evo Search for Eden is a funny game, though, because, like, it starts out so awesome. When you're a fish, and you're, you know, and you're eating the other fish, you're eating the plants and stuff, and you're getting the experience and evolving. The game seems super fun, but then, man, it devolves into just a game where you just walk left and right grinding. You just walk left and right across a flat land, stopping to eat monsters or dinosaurs or whatever. Until you... Oh, Bedragon. Until you're strong enough to... Hang on. What have I done? That was the bridge that I came down. Okay, gotcha. Well, it's more of a land bridge. Anyway, Evo Search for Eden gets really boring at the end. That's what I'm trying to say. Starts out great, goes off a cliff halfway through. Oh, and the soundtrack, dude. The soundtrack just becomes the same damn song the entire time. Wah, 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 wah. And it's just that. It's like that 8-second clip is every song for your next 10 hours of gameplay. Hell House started an animation, and you had Cloud running. Now they're both stuck in the animation, and it plays the invalid selection sound every 30 seconds. Oh yeah, When the game after like 30 seconds does the ba-bump sound, that means that it is having trouble reading the disc. Yes. This is Clear Vale, the town famous for its flying bed. Okay, let's write that down. This is my favorite thing is when you go into every new place and there's someone there ready to just tell you the name of it. Looks like we're on I. Alright, I is Clear Vale, known for flying bed. Okay.
I came here after hearing a rumor about a flying bed. I'm so disappointed.
Oh, yeah? Alright, just getting the lay of the land real quick. Oh man, this place is kind of huge. Kinda huge.
I came here after hearing a rumor about the flying bed. With something like that, I figured this would be a great place. Unfortunately, the bed's disappeared. Guess I was just too late.
All right. Am I just into JRPGs? Now, I actually play a lot of different kinds of games. Love rhythm games, for example. I've been playing Theatrhythm, you know, the Final Fantasy rhythm game. Final Bar, like I played the first two, but now I've been playing Final Bar Line. Hatsune Miku Project Diva, right, is great. And then I just love Rock Band, you know, love Rock Band. So rhythm games are big. But also, I love a lot of indie games, like Metroidvania type games, you know. Like this year, I really love Hollow Knight, right? Love Hollow Knight. But then also just a big fan of like the Metroid series and Ender Lilies and Ender Magnolia kind of stuff. And I'm also, I don't know. I just love games that are good, right? Like that's really, I know it's a stupid answer, but if a game's good, I like it, with a couple exceptions. But you know, like, if I try to think about like my favorite games that aren't JRPGs, right? Mario 64, right? And just Mario in general. I love platformers as well. I've not played Omori, no. And not Osu either. I never got into Osu. Castlevania, I have beaten every single Castlevania game up to Lords of Shadow. I haven't done Lords of Shadow yet. But yeah, Castlevania 1, 2, 3, 4, Rondo of Blood, Dracula X, Chronicles, fucking Bloodlines. What else is there that before we get into the Metroidvanias? Well, I also did Dracula X Chronicles, the Rondo of Blood remake. But then, yeah, Aria of Sorrow, Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance, Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, Order of Ecclesia, Symphony of the Night. I've played all of them. I beat all of them, man. I love Castlevania. Oh, and the PS2 games I beat. Lament of Innocence and Curse of Darkness. Played through both of those. Those were awesome. Castlevania 64 even. Dude, Castlevania 64 is one of the most underrated games I've ever played, I swear. Like, it's not perfect. Sure, it's not perfect, but people act like it's one of the worst games ever. That game fucking rules. Castlevania 64 is awesome. Yeah. But yeah, I'll probably play Lords of Shadow at some point, especially because I do really like God of War. God of War 1, 2, and 3, as well as Chains of Olympus and Ghost of Sparta, right? Those old style God of War games. Love those. I bet you could tell your average hater that From made Castlevania 64 and they would worship it. You're absolutely right, Popo. You know what I say to that, Popo? I say...
You're goddamn right!
Tell them From Software made it and they'll love it. Adventurers, you might understand. You have to be careful who you take with you on long journeys. But yeah, I've also been really into, like, I got really into Valheim. Binding of Isaac is one of my favorite games of all time. I'm into Half-Life and Half-Life 2, you know. Love Half-Life. Here's your show cat. She seems to have been fed because she's much calmer now. Back to her usual position. Oh man, and speaking of like Ubisoft, or not Ubisoft, oh my god. Indie games is what I meant to say. Speaking of indie games, have you guys played UFO 50? Oh man, UFO 50 is good. Oh, and okay, another kind of thing. Intrinsic Nerd, yeah, dude. Intrinsic Nerd has been around for a long time on my stream. Binding of Isaac is what got me to start streaming back in 2014. And then, yeah, I also really like puzzle games, you know, like Outer Wilds, The Witness, Blueprints, Fez, Return of the Obra Dinn, you know, those kinds of games. Oh, man. You refuse to give those people money? I guess I have no clue about the people who made UFO 50. All I know is that it was the best game that came out that year, and it's absolutely worth the money. Is The Witness good? It is absolutely awesome. I love The Witness. Funny thing about like the little bit about The Witness is it definitely has a little bit of pretentiousness to it, like some like artsy fartsy pretentiousness that, you know, you might be able to just kind of laugh about, but the actual design of the puzzles is 10 out of 10. You know, the actual puzzle design and world design is so good. Found me from that MTG Tabletop Simulator video. Yeah. That was my first ever like bit of popularity, or like, you know, it's not viral, but it was the closest thing I got to it, where very early on in my YouTube / streaming career, I made a video about how to make a magic deck for use in Tabletop Simulator, and it got like 50,000 views, which, you know, for someone who
none of my other videos ever broke 200, you know, that's massive, right? And there you go. Intrinsic Nerd, he's still here. I don't talk to banks. Ooh, okay. We got a new armor shop. Silver Mail. All right, we've got a big upgrade on armor available. And magic shield as well. Oh, and sorry. I did play a little bit of Braid, but I didn't actually really get into that one. Definitely is cool. But I didn't beat it. You know what? I think I could get back into Braid and really like it. And then oh, okay. You're saying you want physical UFO 50, and I'm guessing limited run is the only folks that that offer it. Is that what's going on? It's a limited run thing. Because I understand what you're saying, but even outside of like politics, I think limited run games just makes a shitty product, right? Limited run games takes your money, doesn't deliver a product for 2 fucking years, right? And like I'm just and a lot of the time there's some kind of quality scandal with it, right? Like when they were when they did the 3DO games that were just burned discs instead of like pressed discs. And stuff like that. Or like, I remember when they did No More Heroes, right? They did pre-orders for physical No More Heroes 1 and 2, and then they took so fucking long to deliver it that the games got released physically by a different company in the meantime. So then everybody who already pre-ordered them, now they just have to wait for their version. But the games are out now, right? Like shit like that, you know? Yeah, I don't fuck with limited run. And sorry, I missed another, question. It was about an obscure game, and it was one that I had never heard of. Oh, here it is. Yanya Cabalista? City Skater? Never heard of it. I gotta figure out what I'm doing here real quick. Iron Mask. Doesn't the Iron Mask bring my style down, though, you know? I want the armor, but it's not that big of an upgrade for how expensive it is. Man, I'm becoming one of those streamers that only plays the game for 45 seconds at a time and then talks to chat for 5 minutes. The people who followed Dragon Quest 1 through 5, now they're watching this playthrough and they're pissed. I have not played Octopath, and the reason is I hate the HD 2D style. Is the number one reason is I cannot stand the HD 2D style. But then also I just don't think that Square Enix has good writers on their secondary projects. You know what I mean? Like Bravely Default, for example. Yeah, I like the I don't know. I'm very picky about writing, and the little bit that I saw of Octopath wasn't doing it for me in the writing department either. But I mean, that I only saw a little bit though. Muto may be defeated, but the monsters have not disappeared,
and yet the people rejoice. So, I think I remember finding the Metal King, but I don't remember, I don't remember how to, I don't remember how much his stuff was. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD, same thing. Like, I think Dragon Quest, I'm a original version Andy, right? There's a reason I went through all the trouble of fan translating the Super Famicom version to play the Super Famicom version of this game, and it's because I always like playing the original versions of everything, you know? I find it, like, actually offensive how ugly the Dragon Quest HD 2D remakes are.
This is the place where my beloved master sleeps. Would you like to say something?
Locked from the inside. When I played Yakuza, did I skip Kiwami? Yeah, we played Yakuza 1 and 2 on PS2, and then we played Yakuza 3 and 4 on PS3. Now, for Yakuza 5, though, I think I am gonna play the Steam remaster. The reason being that there was no physical release of Yakuza 5 in the US, so the only way to get it is to pay $30 to buy it off the PlayStation Store, and you can't even buy things on the PS3 store anymore. You have to buy it on the web. You have to go to, like, the Sony PlayStation Store website and buy it there so that then you can download it on the PS3, yada yada. And I already own the remaster on Steam. So for the remaster, or for Yakuza 5, I think we are going to switch to PC and play the Steam remaster. But now, if it was a remake, though, if it was Yakuza Kiwami 5, right, and it was a full-on remake and not a remaster, then I think I would get the PS3 version digitally and play the original. But if it's only a remaster, then look, we've done the original for the first 4. I'm just gonna enjoy the 60 FPS Steam version and hope that they didn't, like, cut shit out of it or something, you know? HD2D makes you sad because you love the graphical style of Bravely Default? Exactly! Like, exactly. Bravely Default, if they do one thing well, it's like the style, you know? Now, if only they didn't, you know, plug motion blur into the whole game to make the whole goddamn game a blurry mess, but that's beside the point, and you can probably turn that off on the PC version anyway, like we were talking about last time. Anyway,
Have you come to see the flying bed?
yeah.
It's too bad. Nobody has seen the flying bed recently.
Oh. Should probably save the game. Yo, events. Nothing in 5 Remaster is removed or changed. That's good to hear. Because I know that they did... I think they did change stuff in 3. And then I don't... Yeah, and they changed stuff in 4. I did look into it a little bit for 3 and 4, and they like rewrote a bunch of the dialogue and stuff in a way that's like less abrasive, you know? But it's like, I don't know, like a big part of what I like about the Yakuza series is kind of how abrasive the writing is. Because it feels real, you know? So yeah. Can I explain why I hate HT2D? I think having a graphical style that is pixels. Like, let's take this image that you're looking at right now. Everything is on it has rules and is on a pixel grid, right? It's not just that the things are arbitrarily drawn in pixel art. It is instead that the entire screen resolution that we are looking at
is like 256 by 224 or whatever it is, right? It's that resolution. And so so everything is on a pixel grid, you know, and it all obeys the grid. I think when you deviate from that, it only makes it look worse. For example, blurring things out with depth of field. Making things blurry, I think square pixels that are made blurry just looks bad. Or I think like having bloom lighting effects that go on top, that are like a high resolution, that goes on top of square pixels also looks bad. Or having things that are far away, the pixels are actually drawn smaller, and the pixels of things that are closer to the screen are drawn larger. That creates multiple problems. Like, first of all, it just looks bad when not every pixel on the screen is the same size, but it also looks bad because if something isn't an integer scale, you start to have an irregular or an irregulated number of pixels per pixel. Here's what I mean. If you were to draw, like if you were taking literally 1 pixel per pixel, then the thing is as small as possible, right? And then when you make it a 2x, now every pixel is a 2 by 2 square. When you make it 3x, every pixel is a 3 by 3 square, right? But if you make something 2.5x, now every other pixel is 2 by 2, and every other pixel is 3 by 3. And so they're not all the same size. And as you like slowly, and here's where it gets really bad, is it becomes extremely noticeable when you have a character moving toward the screen, or like a camera is moving, or a camera, anytime that a camera is doing movement, and then it's making a pixelated character get slowly bigger or smaller, what happens is you actually see the integer scaling change on the character, and it looks really, really, really distracting, I think. Because it creates a problem where, like, look at the main character's 2 eyes, okay? Let's say you're looking at the character's eyes. When the scaling keeps changing, they'll keep jumping around and changing width relative to each other just a little bit. You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing that happens. Where it's like if you look at one detail about the model, the things kind of jump around and it looks super bad and super distracting. It absolutely does happen on HD2D. Absolutely it does. I say it because I've seen it. I say it because I've bitched about it a lot before. Because I played the triangle strategy demo and it was so fucking distracting that I went on a huge rant about it, like right when that game's demo came out. Anyway, have we talked to everybody in this place? And so like here's ultimately the conclusion that I've come to, okay? Is that I don't doubt that Triangle Strategy is a good game if you're into it, right? You can play Triangle Strategy and enjoy it, that's fine. I know that it's a relatively shallow thing to not play a game because I don't like the visuals, right? But in the current time that we're in, there are so many games to play that it is just it's just a reality. It is a truth that it takes only a very small thing in order to feel a sense of relief almost by being able to dismiss a game. You know what I mean? Like I have more games to play that I'm interested in than I will ever be able to play in my lifetime already, you know? If no game ever came out ever again, video games just stopped releasing today, there was never another game released ever again, I already have more games than I will ever get to in my life. So if I have like this preference, I've got this nitpicky, dumb thing to be like, oh, I really don't like how this game looks, then I'm totally fine with just tossing it aside and just being like, okay, I don't even gotta worry about that one. You know what I mean? Because I've already got too much other shit to play. It's kind of like when people talk about gosh, there's like a really good example I'm trying to think of, but I can't remember exactly what it is. But it's kind of similar to like when games nowadays have like ugly character designs, right? And people complain about some people complain about other people complaining about the ugly character designs. They're not even necessarily complaining about them, but just saying that it's a reason not to play a game, right? And someone saying like, why would you care? Why does it matter, right? Or like, why would you not play a game just because you don't like the character designs? And it's the same answer. It's because I've got a million other games to play that don't have this problem. And so it's just an easy thing to just be like, well, you know, it's not even necessarily that I refuse to play it. It's just that, oh, the characters aren't appealing, and so it's gonna land way down on my list of priorities underneath a million other things. You know what I mean? And so like, it's not like, ooh, I'm angry about the character designs. It's like, I am, it's just, oh, this game has now dropped way down underneath a lifetime of other games to play instead. You know what I mean? So anyway, let me try to focus on the games here real quick. We gotta find this flying carpet or whatever, right? Final Fantasy VIII in a nutshell, I really liked Squall and I really liked Zell. And I liked Quistis. I liked Adea. You know? Cypher was fun to play. You know? Renoa and Selphie, you know? I like them. Nah, I like the characters of 8. I think Selphie was kind of a nothing character a little bit. I'm just gonna kick their asses. Okay, these guys also shock. Apparently Hassan's name in the in the remake is Carver. But from what I understand, this translation is very faithful, where boom, there he is. Let's get a good focus going. Oh yeah, look at our boy. And then, so yeah, apparently that is like exactly Ha-sa-n, right? Like, that katakana. That's katakana, right? And it is exactly Hassan.
or Hasan. I think it's Hasan, right? Like basically it's like this. I don't know much about Japanese, right? But the second mark there kind of puts more emphasis on the first part, right? Hasan. Anyway. Mia's getting antsy. Oh. All right. Okay, okay. We've got something to check out here. Started playing Final Fantasy V? Nice. Yeah, I love that one. Oh! Oh! Oh, she's trying to get over to the chair, I see. Last time she, like... Mia, that looked embarrassing. She's pretty embarrassed back there. 5 was Bart's or Butts, depending on which translation you got. It's the one with the job system. I think he was Bart's in the translation that I played. Oh. Are we on the regular world now? Oh. Okay. Interesting. So I think I should probably mark that down as like that just goes straight down. I mean, I'm just gonna write... You know what? I'm gonna make a different color. And it's gonna be A. Oops. We'll do a cyan A. And then the cyan A over here will be where it goes. At some point, I'm gonna have to redo this map because I didn't have it revealed, you know, when I took the screenshot. So once everything is revealed, we're gonna have to probably take another screenshot and then rewrite all the letters. X Death is in 5, yeah. Okay. The second character in the katakana is like an extender for the previous character. Gotcha. And yeah, that's kind of what I meant by like emphasis, but yeah. I think the Wind Mage we want to take out first here. Okay. Hassan had other ideas.
Bum, ba-da-bum. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen like the extension as being a dash for sure. In fact, I want to say Barbara's name is like that. Yeah. If we take another look, let's get focused here. There's Barbara, which is like Barbara, or right? Yeah, I think that's what that is. It's like Ba-ba-ra, but the first one is extended. Barbara. 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 Good stuff. And then, yeah. Anyway. Do 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 do. And then here's this guy. Look at this guy. Oh yeah, dude. Look at this box, man. Just gorgeous. Oh. Just checking if there's anything anywhere else we can go, or if it is all about going back down to the real world. All right, yeah, looks like that's where we're headed. Whoa. Back then, the goal was to make it sell in the West, and they thought we wanted names we could pronounce. Yeah, there was some, definitely were some localization choices with some games that did not work, right? I feel like one of the biggest examples of like, of that was Persona 1. The original Persona release in the US, where like they changed the yen to dollars without changing like what the numbers were at all. They just changed the symbol from yen to dollars. So now it's like a sandwich costs $600. Oh geez, look at these dudes. So yeah, that's one of those like that's one of the kind of exceptions to when I talk about like original releases of everything. Persona 1, I'm glad I played on PSP, you know, because that was the much more faithful to the Japanese version. Like, I would rather play like a fan translation of the Japanese PS1 release than play like the American release.
All right. And is Final Fantasy V hated? I feel like I've never heard someone talk shit on that one. I mean, for me, it's in my top 3. 7, 3, and 5 are my top 3 Final Fantasies. Like the first Mad Max movie? What happened with the first Mad Max movie? Because I've seen the first Mad Max, and it was really weird. I didn't understand it very well. Don't tell me I just watched like some bastardized version of it. Ooh, Metal Rider. This is potentially big. Oh! He got him with the one shot? Okay, these guys don't look like they're actual metal enemies. Alright, alright. Final Fantasy V was always low on lists because it would get compared to the ones people have nostalgia for. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That whenever, yeah, like if someone's gonna make their tier list of Final Fantasies, they're going to favor the ones that they grew up with. I mean, I put 7 at the top, right? I grew up with 7, big surprise. And yeah, since so few people played 5, I can see that. Yeah. I actually remember my cousin playing one of the unreleased Final Fantasies on emulator with the translation when I was a kid. And it's funny to think that, like, man, that was a long time ago. But yeah, 5 did come out as Anthology. Right. I mean, we did get it in the PlayStation time as Final Fantasy Anthology. Which, I had a friend who had Anthology. The thing is, though, the PlayStation version of the game, I mean, when every random battle takes, like, several extra seconds to load, it's kind of brutal. What did I think of Yakuza 3's combat? It was really annoying that everybody blocked everything all the time the whole game. Yeah, everybody blocking everything all the time was very annoying in Yakuza 3. There are things, yeah. Like you'll learn to play around it, but it's kind of annoying to have to play around it, even then. Yo, Ifrit. Chrono Trigger got it the worst? Yes. You know what's funny? My, back before I was streaming, before I had this idea of always play the originals of everything and stuff like that, I actually hadn't played Chrono Trigger before. and my brother like insisted that I played it, you know? He like called me one day and just insisted I play Chrono Trigger. So, what I did at that time was I bought the PlayStation version on Vita so I could play it on my Vita. And yeah, the load times were so bad that after playing it for like a day, after playing it for like one day, that version, I went online and I ordered a Super Nintendo copy to just play it on and that was one of the times for me, that one of the teaching moments for me about that kind of thing was that then I got a cartridge of Chrono Trigger on Super Nintendo. You know, I played it on my little CRT that I had. Because even back then, you know, again, before I was streaming and before, like, retro games was my big online personality, I've always loved old games. And in our little apartment that my now wife and I, but, you know, my girlfriend at the time, you know, in our little apartment, I had a little CRT with a little couch in front of it, in the corner, you know, and I'd play Mega Man X on my Super Nintendo on it, and, you know, I remember, like, when we were out, when we were out on dates or whatever, in, like, at, like, the mall and stuff, I would always want to stop at the retro shop and see what old games they had, you know, because I only had, like, back then, I had a single shoebox. All of my games were in one shoebox. Nintendo and Super Nintendo and N64, you know? And I remember buying Mega Man X, Super Metroid, and then a little bit later getting Chrono Trigger and playing through it that
it's
way.
Super unlucky. It's really unlucky that you're doing that right there.
All right.
It's really unlucky.
Oh, this is just this place again? Wait, I'm just back? Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no, this is the real town. Yeah! This is Clearvale for real. Cool. I thought that I thought that I had been yakking so much that I went back into the same town. All right, give me an O. What was that? What was this? This is a screenshot I took of the map, and I've been marking down where towns are. And then here's a screenshot of the other map where I've been marking down where towns are. And I'm taking notes about what I see in each of the towns and what the townsfolk say. All right. Look blank? You talking about... Yeah, because I screenshotted it at the start of the game, and it fills out as you play it. So I was saying that I probably, you know, at some point I'm going to need to re-screenshot it once it's all filled in.
Many traveling actors used to come to this town. Particularly entertaining was one by the name of Panon. The children really liked him. But, as a traveling actor, he eventually left. Eventually left, right? Yeah.
Alright, what do you got, buddy? Silver Tiara. Okay.
Ah, Alicia. Why do you want to marry such an old scholar like him? I'm the one who really loves you.
Oh yeah, I feel like I saw them married. in the dream. My favorite so far is 4. I've only played 1 through 5, but my favorite so far was 4. My darling is so sweet, and he's smart too. I'm so happy.
I'm researching dreams. Why do people dream? What do dreams mean? Someday I'll solve the mystery of the dream world.
Nice, nice. And yo, protagonist of reality.
I feel sorry for Harris and Morgan. John was such a cute boy. If I could do anything to help fulfill the promise made to John, the badge of courage, you have to climb the wall of destiny to get it.
Okay, hang on. You have to climb the wall of destiny to get the badge of courage. All right. Will I play monsters? I'm not sure. Maybe. But I haven't really been considering it yet. All right, wall of destiny is northeast. Steep mountain, northeast. And yo, straight war. All right, weapon store. Ooh, the Sword of Slumber. And then Muriel can have the Moon Folding Fan. Alright, I really like the idea of Sword of Slumber. Let me back out real quick. I think we gotta do this. Okay. And now, let's check his weapon, the battle axe, and see if anybody else can use this. Yeah, might as well give it to Famous Amos. Actually, let me go sell. Amos. Oh wait, he's got a holy sword right now? I didn't realize he was so ballin'. Can anyone else use that? No? We already have another... Oh, we have multiple holy swords? Okay, let's just sell this one. Tornico, the Last Hope? Oh, you know what? I've definitely heard of that one. Let me look up the cover art for it. Okay, maybe I've never heard of it. Never mind, I had that mixed up with something else in my head. I have never heard of this. Alright, I think we will do... Sell the Holy Sword. And then we'll go buy... I want to buy the Moon Folding Fan. For Muriel. And then we can probably definitely sell... Wait, she also had a holy sword? Ah, whatever. We're getting rid of these now. All right. All right. We got the bank. We've got the armor shop. We should probably take a silver mail. Nice, nice. It made us more stylish. So now the silver breastplate, can we give that to someone else? Yes. So now we can sell. Oh, these are going to be worth nothing. Wait. 2250, that's way more than I expected to get from that. Alright, looks like that's all we have money for right now, though. My daughter was a friend with Harris' son, John. I wonder if I should tell her that John died. I haven't seen John anywhere lately. I promised to let him ride the bed, too. Oh, the bed! In the dream version of the town, they were talking about the flying bed.
My son has finally found a bride, but now I'm upset. Maybe these flowers will help me find a girlfriend.
John's illness took him in his sleep, so everyone in this town knows except for that one girl? I wonder if it was painful. I sure hope not. I've seen many wonderful and upsetting things living in this town, but this is the first time I've seen one so young die. Oh. Father, my son, was John happy? Taken away by a god who let him be born sick? He was only 10 years old. How could he have been happy?
I've spent a lot of time considering this. The priest cannot know how John felt. He can't even tell us why the gods took him from us. The only one who truly knew if John was happy was John.
But...
My friends, John was very ill. But I understand your need for answers. John was very fortunate to have loving parents like you. Your love for him surely made him happy.
Father.
Thank you, Father. Let's go home. We can put new flowers on John's grave.
Yes, dear. Father, that's all for today.
Come back anytime. The gods will protect you.
Harris and his wife pray for John every day. They made him a promise before he died. Maybe they'll feel better if they can keep that promise. And, as I've gotten older, this type of, like, story setup has, has meant a lot more to me. The idea of, like, parents, like a parent's child dying at 10, right? But now, when I'm gonna have my own kid in April, right, I'm sure it's gonna be even more so that, have that even more so be the case, right? Because, like, when I'm a kid, it doesn't matter, It's just like it's just a story. It's just a story piece. I don't actually think about it emotionally at all, you know. Have you heard of the steep mountain called the Wall of Destiny? I have heard of it. I should have known. You're adventurers. Well, are you gonna tell me about it if I say no? The swordsman once climbed to the top of that cliff, all the way to Courage Rock, but he never returned. All right. I'll say like as far as like spin-off Dragon Quest games, I mean, I've still got like 5 more mainline ones to play, and you know, who knows. Oh, you peeked at me while I was in the bath, didn't you? So rude. Hello, would you like a massage? Oh, you know I'm a man? But I look so good in women's clothing. I'm a dancer from Rydot Castle. I'm on a journey to find the traveling actor Pano. I hope he'll let me be his apprentice. I wonder if he's gonna be in the Wall of Destiny. I heard he was here, but it seems I'm too late. So disappointing. Wayfarer clothes. All right. Yeah, I mean, the overall truth is, unless I start streaming full time again, there's no way I'm gonna get through, you know, even the games that I currently plan on streaming on stream.
What do you want? Does this look like an adventurous haven?
Yeah, I do network engineering for my day job. Last week, I took the week off work last week and did the subathon to stream all week. Yeah, now I'm back to my normal schedule, which is, you know, 9 to 5 work, 8 to 4 technically, but you know, people just understand when you say 9 to 5. You know, regular 9 to 5 job, and then when and then I stream every other day, right? That's the current schedule. I stream every other day. So on a weekday, that's going to be in the evening, and on a weekend, it's usually going to be in the morning because I like to get up and stream. And yeah, John loved the days when Pennon would come home, and Pennon liked John too. He promised to bring John a badge of courage. We could make one from a piece of Courage Rock, but Pennon never returned, and John passed away. He waited so patiently, even if we could only bring it to his grave. But yeah, do my workmates know about the streaming? They know that I do, but I don't think they know what my stream is. Whoa, that's like a fancy looking door. All right, let's take a note of this. Oops, that's that. Fancy door. I'm gonna call this a captain's door. This looks like the captain's door. All right. Bum 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 bum. Streaming seems like a fun side thing, but wouldn't be able to give up the stability and benefits of the 8 to 4. Yeah, I think that you should only. I mean, I tried streaming full time for a couple years, but that was back when I only paid rent, you know? Now, I have a mortgage to pay, right? So things are a lot different, you know? So basically, with a mortgage to pay, it's like, I wouldn't go back, I wouldn't say full-time streaming would be a good idea unless I can pay off my house, or like, unless I'm making enough money to where I can see myself paying the house off soon. You know what I mean? And that's only what like the top streamers can do. You know what I mean? But all right, so we're going northeast. My favorite firewall vendor, you know, I've worked a lot with Fortigate or Fortinet. I like Fortinets a lot. Oh, okay, we can climb these. That said, though, I'm not a security engineer. I'm not the security guy, really. Like, I gotta work inside the firewall basically just to, like, make VPN changes for site-to-site VPNs. And at our current place, we're using, I think we're using Firepowers. I know what they look like. I'm not actually positive what the model is though, but I think they're like new. They're new and nice, and I'm pretty sure they're Firepowers. We're gonna go Antidote. But yeah, I mean that is the thing though, is that at my current job, right? Like it's very stable and it's very stable and income, and what was I gonna say? And the health insurance is really good, you know? Not a massive streamer, which is part of why you're curious. Would I mind telling you how much I made when I was only doing full-time streaming? Okay, so when I was full-time streaming, I full-time streamed for 2 years. And when I started, I wasn't making barely anything. I basically, so for years and years, I worked contract to contract. And I only paid rent, you know? Like, I'm a very no-strings-attached kind of person, right? I paid off my student loans, right? Paid off my car right away, that kind of stuff, right? I had no debt at all. And so it was just, all I had to pay for was my bills, my rent, which was pretty cheap, especially living with my wife, you know? And just like groceries, right? And so I built up a good stock of savings, and then yeah, it was like then when one of my contracts ended, I decided I'll just stream full time for a while, see if I can build it up, right? Because I live so cheaply, I'm gonna try to build up to where I'll be able to live off of it. And my monthly budget, right, to be able to like scrape by, the amount that I spent on rent plus bills plus groceries was about $1,600 a month. And at the end of the 2 years that I was full-time streaming, my average viewership was around 150, I think. Maybe 175. I was in like the 150, 175 average viewership. And that was only on Twitch. And by doing a subathon every month, I did a subathon every month, except it was only a 2-day affair. It was a 15-hour one. The way that I did it was, I would stream for 15 hours one day, where bit subs tips that came in would build up the clock for a second 15-hour stream the next day, right? And I did that every month. And I made about $1,600 a month. Was what I was making. And so yeah, and that was about that. So I got up to where I was about breaking even for monthly stuff. But
what killed me, or what made me like have to go back to regular full-time work, was A, the 2 years that it took to build up to that drained my savings, and B, health things were coming up where I needed to see a doctor for things, you know, and like my wrists and things like that, right? And now, and it was like I realized I had no safety net, you know. I had no plan if anything went wrong, or if I even just had a bad month on Twitch, you know. And so I went back to my career, and this time instead of doing contracts, this time I actually got a full-time. Well, I mean, I always worked 40 hours a week. I'm just saying, instead of on a contract, I now am a salaried full-time employee. You know what I mean? Which is nice. So, but anyway, so that's the answer to the question of like, how much was I making, and you know, why did I have to quit? But yeah. And so now, now I've got a mortgage to pay, right? As well as like a kid on the way, you know? So I'm actually, I do plan on, that. Almighty God, protect these people on their journey. You surely won't make it far without the golden pickaxe. Find that first, and you might actually make it. Oh, okay, so we gotta find the golden pickaxe. But anyway, so that's like the story. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that now I'm really glad now though that like streaming is starting to be lucrative on top of my full-time work, because that's really gonna help on impacting the mortgage and keeping that down. You know what I mean? Isn't gold really malleable? Yeah, it is. It is funny that like gold is often something in games that's used for like weapons and armor. Mortgage rate? I'll tell you, we just got it down to 5.6. Bum bada bum. So yeah, I'm very excited about the idea of, you know, extra income helping bring the mortgage down. Because like I'm saying, I don't like having strings attached, you know? And so I like to pay things off as quick as possible, you know? It's just how I roll. The funny thing is, though, this is the funny thing about it, though, and this kind of gets into the current rate you were quoted yesterday was 6.125. We bought down to 5.6 from 6.125, and we happened, there was like, I think it was like a month back, or I don't know exactly how back it was, but there was like a little window where we got a really good deal on buying it down to 5.6. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the really interesting like money talk is that like, obviously, yes, I would like to pay off the mortgage as soon as possible. That is a really important thing. But a very interesting thing to consider is that you can get investment accounts that accrue more than 5.6% annual interest. And so, if you have X money, and if you pay it off if you put it into your mortgage principal, that's great that you're not paying that interest for the next 30 years. But if you put it into, what do you call it? If you put it into an investment that yields higher than 5.6%, then, you know, well, then that's more, right? Then you blah, blah, blah. You see what I'm saying? And so I think that that's very interesting, but I am more the type to just be like, fuck all that. I just want to pay the house off. You know what I mean? But that's the thing, though, is that it's like, what if? Like, okay, so if it takes, let's say it takes 20 years, or 15 years. Let's say it takes 15 years where if I jam money into the principal and I pay it off earlier and it takes that long, okay, cool. Let's just say that takes 15 years. What if instead I was jamming money into interest or into a better interest accruing investment account, and then in only 10 years, I then have enough to pay the entire house off. You know what I mean? Then it only took 10 years. It's interesting. However, you're right that you have to pay taxes on the investment, and it might even just be a wash at that point. And so, or something goes wrong, or the investment account doesn't actually do as well as you think. Blah blah blah. You're right. I am not a gambling type person. I am much more a very straightforward kind of person that's just like, nope, I'm just going to earn money and I'm going to jam it into the principal until the house is paid off. You know what I mean? And that's just how I roll, right? I'm a simple guy in that way, and I'm happy being that way, where it's like I can't imagine making my main living just doing trading, you know? Like, there are people whose job is to make money. You know what I mean? As silly as that sounds, it's like literally my job is to move assets around and gain wealth or gain capital, right? And so but I cannot think that way. I don't like that idea, right? I want to clock into work and do good work, and they'll pay me for my good work, and then I'll spend that money on me, you know? And there you go. That's how I roll. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. We can fall off wherever we want. Which is a good thing. Homes are the most solid savings account a person can have in the US. You know what? That's a really good point too. That the house is only going to go up in value. Okay, so if I gotta test something. And at one point, by the way, I appreciate the kind words earlier. But I definitely know what you mean when you say, like, you don't trust banks and stuff, you know, like, I'm not judging. But that's kind of that, you know, that. What should we do here? Should we go? Okay, we do still have Barb here. I don't think that there was an inn down there. Yeah. So we just do this. Okay. Oh, I was going to check. If I fall off this, yes, you can grab if you fall off. All right.
Do, 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 do. All right, all right. Let's see what's in here. Okay. Seeing my recent live posting, how do these live conversations affect YouTube algorithms? Because apparently they don't count as comments, but they do exist. You're talking about your live chat? I don't know. I assume that a more active chat, though, is seen by the algorithm as similar to, like, likes on a stream, you know what I mean? Or similar to comments, as in, like, it's something that is seen as, viewer engagement. And you know what viewer engagement means? That means that viewers are more likely to actually be watching the ads and not just sleeping with the stream on, which means you're worth more money. And if my stream's worth more money, then the algorithm likes it more, right? That's generally how these things work. Okay, so she can revive, cure poison. And this guy tells us about the golden pickaxe. Gotcha. YouTube chats also grant viewers XP, and those with highest XP get crowns. Yeah, I've seen that. So, you know, people like that for sure. Okay. Yeah. I imagine that the live chat is tracked. I imagine so. But you're right, though, that it's not tracked. It's not tracked in a way that has a, that like, you can immediately read the number, though. Like you can with comments that are on the video. I do really appreciate, though, that comments exist on YouTube streams, though, unlike Twitch, you know? It's really nice on YouTube where, like, after I finish a stream and then, like, I go to bed, when I wake up the next day, I actually have comments from people who watched the VOD, which I think is really nice, you know? On Twitch, I think, like, some people do watch the Twitch VOD, but you won't know that unless they, like, tell you that they did, in a following stream or something, you know? Asen is the fighter is now a fight king. So I'm hoping that the gold pickaxe is gonna be in this zone, you know? I think I just fell off. I haven't really been paying a lot of attention to how much the fan is worth. Oh no, I didn't go off. Okay. All right. Ah. Of these guys, I'm not really sure who I should be prioritizing yet. No, I have only played Dragon Quest 1 through 5. That's it. I've not even really seen the other ones. I've seen a little bit of PS2 Dragon Quest 8. I saw Slime play it. And then I've seen a tiny bit of Dragon Quest 11 as well. Golden Pickaxe? Yeah. Alright, sweet. Now we have it. Only take the Golden Pickaxe if you plan to use it. Well, sure we do. Alright, alright. So I'm wondering... Oh! Goopies! I remember these dudes from the old games. These guys, at least in the old games... I think instant death was really good against them. So that would be like... Beat? But that's only one enemy. Expel, yeah. I think that's why Oniken. Yeah. Because they keep multiplying. But if you use, like, Expel, it just, like, gets rid of them before they can try it. And it only costs 1 MP? Alright. We gotta try this. Okay, it's bad, I guess. Alright. Well, that's looking bad. What if we do, like, something like hit me with... Let's see what Spin Kick does for us. We'll check Infirmore. We'll check, maybe Bang would be good, too. Or Defeat? Oh, yeah, Defeat. That's what we want. All right, we'll check the other stuff, too, though. We'll just see how all of this works. Spin Kick seems pretty good. Oh, there we go, though. Now they're summoning. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Alright, let's see if we can just kick their asses for the rest of the time. But I'm worried that they're gonna summon. Ah! Okay, so they don't just summon Goopies. Anyway, surely the Golden Pickaxe works here, right? Yeah. And then... Small metal, beautiful. And then I think what we should do is... I mean, just get me out of here, right? Okay. Yeah, this whole series 1 point is just like, it is just classic awesome JRPG action, you know? One thing that's not super apparent just from watching a little bit is how like adventurous or open they are as well, you know? Where they're very like, it always feels like you are figuring out what to do next and not just like following you know, what you're being told to do or something like that. And it always feels like there's, you know, a lot of things that you can do at any time too. Well, that's been less the case with 5 and 6 so far. But like 2, 3, and 4 especially. 2 and 3 especially. And 4, yeah. Those ones have a point that's just like, well, here you go. And like, you can just go anywhere on the map, you know? And there's 20 things to do, and this many of them are this is 6. But yeah, when there's like 20 things to do, some of them advance the main plot, some of them are just really good items to prepare you for the end, you know, and yeah, it's great. I should save. All right. We have found the next dungeon to go to. I was very yap-tastic today. I you know, had a lot of today was very conversational as I you know, well, but that's good. That's good. I had a great time chatting and jamming some gaming. But it is about time for me to go for the night. So let me save my notes. Let me save my map. And all right, I stream every day, so I will be back on Wednesday. And pretty often what I'll do is try to do an any percent FF7 run, and if it dies, then we play the backup game. But a day like today, I just wanted to jam Dragon Quest right away, you know? So here we go, you know, just some good casual Dragon Questing. It was a good time. I hope you guys had fun. First, we'll say bye to YouTube. And yeah, I'm glad you got it set. You got the firmware updated, Tilt. I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, bye YouTube. And then on Twitch, we'll go raid somebody. See you later, YouTube. And over on Twitch, who is streaming? And yeah, my pleasure, Tunes. I hope you enjoy it. Let's see. Sayo is speedrunning Final Fantasy II. That sounds very interesting. World record improvement attempt. So he is the world record holder on Final Fantasy II. Any percent no major skips. And is running that right now. Yeah, it looks like the Famicom version. So why don't you guys go over there and go say hi to him for me and have yourselves a great night. I will see you next time. Bye-bye.